The time is 5:03 p.m. It is Tuesday, September 7th, and I'm going to call the special city council meeting to order. Would the city secretary please call the roll?
Mitchell.
Here.
Coach.
Here.
Ellison. Flores Kale.
Here.
Rizzo.
Present.
Bradshaw.
Here.
Tobias.
Here.
All right, 6 members present. We have a quorum. Next up, citizen comments period. Is there anyone in the audience who wishes to come forward and speak on any item? Going once? Going twice? Going thrice? Sold. Citizen comments is now closed. Next up, executive session. Councilman Flores Kale.
Pursuant to Chapter 551, the Texas Government Code, the City Council reserves the right to convene into executive session from time to time as deemed necessary during this meeting. The City Council may convene into executive session pursuant to any lawful exception contained in Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code, including any or all of the following topics: pending or contemplated litigation or to seek the advice of the city attorney pursuant to Section 551.071, discussion regarding the city's task force, TIRZ consultant, Alexander mediation, belt press and sludge hauling service agreements, brick and mortar district roadway funding, city lights and Kyle Marketplace subdivision / development DA, FM 150 zoning, 104 South Burleson, BB Road development agreement, event contracts and COVID policies, Heroes Memorial Park construction project, and 2 possible purchase, exchange, or lease or value of real estate pursuant to Section 551.072. 4, convene into executive session pursuant to Section 551.087 Texas Government Code to deliberate regarding the offer of economic incentives to one or more business prospects that the city seeks to have locate, stay, or expand in or near the city. Project Fire Engine Red, Project Wild Strawberry, Project MBA, Project Just Peachy.
Actually, I need to call the meeting back to order. There was no action taken during executive session. There will be no action taken now. Motion to adjourn. We are adjourned. So now we're going to go ahead and bring in the regular meeting. So good evening, everyone. The time is 7:30 p.m. It is Tuesday, September 7th, and I'm going to call this regularly scheduled city council meeting to order. Would all please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Would the city secretary please call the roll?
Mitchell.
Here.
Coach.
Here.
Ellison.
Present.
Flores Kale.
Here.
Rizzo.
Present.
All right, 7 members present. We have a quorum. Next up, approval of the minutes.
There's still 2 more. Bradshaw.
I'm present.
Tobias.
Present. Here.
My apologies. Sorry about that. Next up, approval of the minutes.
Mayor, I'd like to go ahead and make the motion to approve the minutes for a city council special meeting August 17th, regular 17th as well, including the special meeting minutes for August the 25th of 2021.
Second.
It's been motioned by Councilmember Tobias, seconded by Councilmember Rizzo, that we approve the minutes for August 17th and August 25th. Is there any discussion on the motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed. Motion carries 7-0. Next up, citizen comments period. At this time, we ask anyone in the audience who wishes to come forward and speak on any item to please do so. We ask that you limit your comments to 3 minutes and that you direct those comments to the mayor and council. We also ask that you fill out a citizen comments form and submit that to either myself or the city secretary. I have 3 who have submitted that report already. First is Ms. Kay Rush.
Of the greatest generation. My father built ships for World War II, and my grandfather served in the Spanish-American War as a young teenager. He went on to serve in World War I and World War II as a ship's navigator in the Navy. These people taught me to believe in God, country, truth, and hard work. I expect this council and mayor to state that they have lowered my taxes. The truth is, you have not. The value on my land has increased $20,000. My home has increased also. You allow only $30,000 in this city as an old age exemption. It is the same rate for 15 years. The elderly and the disabled now have an exemption worth $10,000, so you've raised my taxes. I've researched with the help of the Hays County Tax Assessment Office, and under Texas Tax Code 11261, the city of Kyle can do two things. You can freeze the taxes on the elderly. Hays County has done this when they reach the age of 65 or are disabled. Hays County also gives a homestead exemption with a total of $50,000 for the elderly and the disabled, and the city of Kyle can do this also. We currently do not have a homestead exemption in the city of Kyle. I ask that this council and mayor consider fair treatment for the citizens of Kyle and to stop overtaxing the elderly and the disabled in this city. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rush. Next up, Consuelo Castillo.
Good evening. I'm Consuelo Castillo. I'm an active alumni of Capital Idea. I graduated in 2009, and I stand here again, still representing the push to move forward with creating a Human Services Board and Commission for allocating grant funding for nonprofit organizations. As the city of Kyle continues to expand and invest in its growth and development, I would like to see, as a resident, to see the city invest in residents' development as well. As the amount of people in the working poor gap increases and the expense to live in Kyle increases as well, I believe it's important that the city invest in its residents to contribute to their growth. That not only affects one person, but it can be generational. And Capital Idea is one of many nonprofit organizations that provide an investment in its attendees with a return that triples in 5 years. That will cause a ripple in all those who attend the program to include their family and, of course, their community as they invest more into it as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, Mr. Jeff Thompson.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm Jeff Thompson, a leader in the Corridor Interfaith Alliance for Families. I'm speaking in favor this evening of the city of Kyle establishing a board or commission to make recommendations on any future funds, the distribution of any future funds that may be designated for human services. As with Ms. Castillo here, I'm recommending that. I would really like to see that happen. Now, I've been observing these meetings closer than I ever have in the last few months. And I understand that it's not an easy job to navigate all that goes on in making decisions for the community. And I very much appreciate all of your time and effort. I also appreciate the city staff and all that they do to make sure that the city runs well. And I know that an extra board would add another task for them to administer. But the bottom line is that you all do a lot of good in various capacities. I do believe a board or commission to facilitate care to some of the most vulnerable people in our community would amplify that good that you're doing already. Such a group would not only make recommendations about the disbursement of funds, but perhaps would be very helpful in identifying needs in the community that are not being met. So I ask you this evening to seriously consider the establishing of this important way of serving the community. I want to put a plug in here in closing for Capital Idea. For your information, the county commissioners last week voted unanimously to raise the county's support from $30,000 this year to $50,000 for 2022. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson. Those are all the comments forms that I have in front of me. Is there anyone else in the audience who wishes to come forward and speak on any item? Seeing none, the citizen comments period is now closed. Next up, city manager's report.
Okay, here we go. Mayor Council Scott Sellers for the record. On the city manager's report tonight, we'll first start with Samantha Harper.
Good evening. We just wanted to show some photos from this weekend's gathering of the Kyles. While we did have to cancel the Pie in the Sky Festival, we did have guys named Kyle from all over the country ascend into Kyle, Texas, and we have some photos of their gathering, as well as a photo of hot air balloons we were able to ascend across the city on Saturday and Sunday morning. We also have an emergency preparedness fair coming up on Saturday, September 11th. There will be a remembrance ceremony at 9:30 in the morning, followed by the fair at 10 o'clock, and will go until 4 p.m. That's at the Hayes Performing Arts Center. There's going to be trainings, kids' activities, a flyover, so it'll be a lot of fun, and we hope everyone comes out. Public Safety Center groundbreaking is right around the corner on Friday, September 17th. All are invited to join us. It's going to be at the site where the Public Safety Center is going to be built. You can find all of the details for that event at cityofkyle.com/calendar. The event is going to be at 10 o'clock in the morning. There will be refreshments, food, and a great celebration to kick off that project.
And now we have Mariana Espinosa.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Mariana Espinosa, Parks and Recreation Director. We have our final market day of the season this Sunday, and it is the Squeeze Box Market Day, which means a squeeze box is also known as an accordion. So all day long we will be featuring accordion music, starting at 8:30 in the morning with the last performance at 6 o'clock at night. The shows will be over by 7:30 p.m. So we have Rebecca Jane kicking off the day, and then we have the Tejano Music Award, Band of the Year, J.R. Gomez and the Conjunto Bandits closing out the day. So that is this Sunday, starting at 8:30. Then the next item is the Founders Day and Veterans Day Parade. Founders Day Parade is October 9th at 10 o'clock a.m., and the Veterans Day Parade is Saturday, November 13th at 12 o'clock p.m. with fireworks and post-parade activities at Greg Clark Park. The spaces for Founders Day Parade are filling up very, very fast, so if anyone still wants to get in the parade, please get online to fill out your registration form, and we're still accepting registrations for Veterans Day Parade. That's it.
And then we'll just finish with some Team Kyle news from Sandra Duran.
Hi, Mayor, Council, Sandra Duran, Director of HR, and I'm just excited to announce that we have a group of people that just tested for the Spanish proficiency test, and they did great. They graduated with flying colors. We have Daniela Zambrano from Public Works, Humberto Vega, Code Enforcement, Mary Von Folsom from the library, and Florencia Segura from the library. Also would like to say to save the date, our annual Words Banquet for Saturday, December 11th. That is a change. We usually have it on a Friday. So we'll hope to have that. And also welcome a few team members that we have added to Parks Maintenance Technician. You can see their names there. We added some for dispatch, street construction, and police officers for PD. That's all I have. Thank you.
And that concludes the report.
All right. Thank you, Scott. All right, next up, presentation, Hunger Action Month Mayoral Proclamation. This is actually listed for all of council here as well to sign. This is one of the ones that I do every single year. Thank you, May and Iris, for joining us here. So I'm just going to go ahead and read this out. Whereas, according to Feeding America, the pandemic has most impacted families that were already facing hunger or are one paycheck away from facing hunger. And whereas households with children are more likely to experience food insecurity, and many of these households do not qualify for federal nutrition programs like the Supplemental Nutritional Assistance Program and visit their local food banks and other food programs for extra support. And whereas Hays County Food Bank represents a countywide effort to provide nutritious food to the food insecure in the greater Hays County area, made possible by the generous contributions of individuals, civic organizations, local government, and businesses. And whereas in 2020, Hays County Food Bank and its partners served an average each week 2,500 low-income individuals and those facing a food emergency, distributing more than 1 million pounds of food to these households in need. And whereas 1/3 of all Hays County Food Bank clients in 2020 consisted of Kyle residents, and an additional 23% of total partner nonprofits served were based in Kyle, including church and school food pantries. And whereas a $25 donation can provide 100 meals through the buying power of the food bank, and whereas National Hunger Action Month is a Feeding America effort to raise awareness about the hunger epidemic in the United States and to encourage individuals to take action in some form against hunger. Now, therefore, we, the City Council of Kyle, by virtue of the authority vested in us in Kyle, Texas, do hereby proclaim the month of September 2021 as Hunger Action Month in Kyle, Texas, and call upon the people of Kyle to pledge to take action against hunger in our community, whether it be by fund or food donation, volunteering, or advocacy. So we have two representatives. If you have anything you'd like to say, if you want to come up to the podium.
I would just like to say thank you to the community here in Kyle. 66% of the donations and monetary donations we receive is individuals like you guys, so we couldn't do it without you. We just got an awesome appearance from a turkey. That reminds me of Turkeys Tackling Hunger is coming up right around the corner in November, but we're going to start fundraising for that soon. $30 could provide a Thanksgiving meal for a neighbor in need. So look up Hays County Food Bank and donate what you can. And we also would love to see you volunteer with us or just advocate and spread the word. Thank you.
So what is this gobbler turkey that we have here? I think we need to hear something.
Yeah.
You can't just stand there.
No, we appreciate y'all recognizing us. I was afraid when I came up here dressed like this, the public wouldn't be able to tell me apart from the city council members and the mayor, so I brought my hat.
Yeah, there you go. So I put on my hat.
But we do appreciate it. So thank y'all. And again, y'all are free. Feel free to post any pictures of me like this. But along with that comes the $25 donations.
There you go.
Turkeys Tax. So, but thank y'all. We appreciate y'all doing this proclamation for us.
Thank you, and we'll do a photo. Does anybody have anything they want to say before we do a picture? All right, thank you.
I appreciate Commissioner Jones always being a huge advocate for this. I've worked with him in the past on these things at Hays High School as well. He's always very enthusiastic about it, and certainly appreciate the mayor for continuing to lead this proclamation every year, and always appreciate the good nature ribbing from Commissioner Jones as well. Thank you.
I don't know how good-natured it is sometimes. No, I do appreciate it. But I was told Butte earlier today, I would have dressed up like anything today at 4 o'clock this afternoon. We had our second granddaughter, so
yeah.
I would have done anything today.
Congratulations.
Just real quickly, could you tell those residents here in Kyle what days you're here in the city distributing food and where?
Yes, so we have we have a distribution every Tuesday at 12 to 12:45 at the Kyle First Baptist Church. So if anybody needs food, you're welcome to come. There's no type of registration or any kind of ID needed, just self-report. And of course, we'd love to have you volunteer with us as well. You can sign up to volunteer at haysfoodbank.org under Give Time, and we'd love to see you.
Thank you. If y'all want to, you can just come right up here. We'll stand back here to keep it socially distanced. All right, next up, CIP road projects and consent agenda presentation.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Leon Barba, City Engineer. Mayor and Council, I just want to share a small fact that you may not know, but after hearing Mark Jones tell you that he's a grandfather second time, I did coach Mark when he was an 11 and 12-year-old, so that just tells you how old I am.
Wow.
My gosh. Anyway, I'm here to update you on CIP projects. Burleson Street, I asked the project manager again today. I said, when are we going to get this one wrapped up? She said she's been trying to touch base with the contractor. We still are sitting on his retainage, which is a pretty large amount. But he's got a couple of change orders we're still waiting on. He has to get us our as-built, so we're still waiting on the contractor. Apparently, it's not a big enough incentive to get him to hurry up and get the work finished. But we'll keep asking him to hurry up and finish up the project. On the Heroes Memorial Park, there's two consent agenda items that I wanted to bring to your attention. Item 12 is a contract with PEC to go ahead and install the electrical services to the park itself. Number 13 is actually a change order amending the contract with Nudge Design. Right now, the contract includes a reclaimed water line that goes right there by the park. It stops on the north side of Kohler's Crossing, and we decided we needed to go ahead and continue that line underneath Kohler's and get it to the south side of Kohler's Crossing. The reasoning is that we didn't want, as we did that project in the future, extending that reclaimed water line, we didn't want them tearing up that new construction that's just going on in there. So that's the reason we're adding this to the project. Wastewater Park, we're about 7% complete. Everything's been completed on the access, so we're moving forward with that project. Mary Kyle Hartson Park project, about 22% complete. They're working on the north portion of where the underground conduits are. They've completed that. They're still working on some other areas in there, sidewalks and bike rack, concrete. Flagpoles have been installed. They're still placing some concrete curbs in there, and apparently the playground irrigation main line trenching is in progress also. Windy Hill Street and Drainage Project, we're getting near the end on this project. We're about 80% complete. We're still driving on the north side of Windy Hill. We're almost through that change order number 4, so we can get that wrapped up. Right now they're working on sidewalks, some drainage, and some just placing topsoil. We do have a one-day closure scheduled for September 14th. They're going to start their final asphalt paving on that project, and we still plan to open up in October of 2021. Southside Wastewater Improvements Project. This project's about 88% complete. We're just about wrapping up this work right there in front of the Alexander property, right there by County Road 158. The next step for them to go work on is going to be in front of the Murray property, which is further south.
Councilman Rizzo, go ahead.
Yeah, Leon, real quick. I noticed they were putting the dirt bank on under all the utilities in the park downtown. Did they get all the boring done underneath sidewalks? Was that complete? Do you know?
I'm not aware if they did or not.
You're not. Okay, I know they were doing some boring out there when I was out there seeing it. I noticed them putting the dirt back, so I assumed that they had got that boring done. But if you get that information for me, I'd appreciate it.
Certainly will. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
That might be a James question. I don't know if James knows the answer.
The boring that they had to do underneath the sidewalks, did they get that done for the drain lines?
I don't know if they've bored under the sidewalks yet. I did see that they were framing up to the edges, and the Thursday meeting is 2 days away. So
Okay.
I can ask and see if that is something that they've already done or if they intend to do in a short period of time.
Sounds good, James. Thank you. Appreciate
Yes.
it.
Wastewater treatment plant expansion project, 71% complete. These little rains that we've been having have impacted their progress. They're still continuing to work on Saturdays. And all the large structures have been completed, so all the concrete's been poured. They're working on minor concrete placements. So there's still no change in the schedule. We're still planning to have this project completed and online in March of 2022. The only thing that will be lagging, of course, will be the dewatering facility, which should be completed in August of 2022. A couple of extra pictures. If you look at the facade on that headworks wall, you'll notice the what's been done to that. It's the brick pattern. So just to let you know, we are trying to follow some of our designs that we have around the city also.
Leon, have we started on the public, there's a Public Works building that's proposed, I think we had the slab, is that?
The operations
building?
Yes,
It's
sir.
already up, roof's on.
Yes,
Oh,
sir.
wow. Okay.
They're working on the interior right now.
Leon?
Yes.
Yes, I just want to also bring up the fact that Kyle Police Department did an excellent job. I don't know if it was last night or the night before last. If I'm correct, there was somebody who attempted to break in and steal some tools. And the officers were called, and the gentleman who made the report said that the Kyle police officers were out there in a very timely manner, and they appreciated all their hard work. So I just wanted to, in between all this, give a shout out to them and tell them I appreciate the gentleman who called, and I appreciate the officers who went out there to check, and because these aren't city tools. These are, people who work there. It's their tools. So we appreciate that.
Councilmember, apparently 5:30 Saturday afternoon, they broke into the facility and they reported it to PD, and PD caught them before they left the site, and they apparently ran through a barbed wire fence and then eventually got caught on 150 after they hit a pole or something like that. But I think there was three people involved, but they were apprehended. So the project manager was very appreciative of PD's response. There was about $30,000 worth of equipment. Button Creek Interceptor Phase 2. This is one where we had the issue with the wastewater pipe. They're about 58% complete. Unfortunately, their subcontractor decided to leave the job and hasn't been back. But from what we understand, they're supposed to be back on the project and get started on September 16th. And as far as we know, we're still waiting for the contractor to let us know when that pipe's coming in. So we're still asking him on a routine basis. Well, site number 4, we're done. But I thought that was a very nice-looking logo. Old Post Road, I'm just about ready to wrap up this right-of-way issue. So visited with the surveyor today, so I have everything I need to start that project moving there with the right-of-way issue. The county is also installing culverts at the driveway, so they're still working on the project. Elliott Branch Interceptor, 32% complete. They are moving towards Sludge. In fact, we do plan to have a street closure on Sludge starting on September 13th. They'll be putting some bores underneath the culvert that's there and also installing a water line and a wastewater line and a reclaimed water line. And I've been trying to get an answer from the contractor as to how long he plans to have it closed, but at the next council meeting, I'll be able to give you more details on how long he plans to have it closed. I was hearing a week or two, but I'm thinking it's going to be a little bit longer than that. Consent agenda item number 11, that's the first phase of our Slim Airport or wastewater improvement project to reduce the infiltration inflow that we have in our old part of town. Any questions?
Thank you, Leon. Any questions about any of these items? All right, thank you. Next up is the consent agenda. We need to pull number 10 and number 14. Does anyone else have any items that they need to pull?
Mayor? Sorry. Trying to get switched over here. I just wanted to...
You're muted, Dex. Councilor Ellison.
Sorry, y'all. Agenda item 35, the South Lake Ranch. Sorry, I'm going to get this straight here. Sorry. Okay, yes, agenda item 35, the South Lake Ranch presentation has presenters have requested to postpone their item to the next agenda meeting. And I just wanted to give a heads up as early in the meeting as possible in case anybody was there or watching online for that agenda item.
Okay. Any motions on the consent agenda?
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to approve consent agenda items excluding 7 and 10, correct?
No, 10.
10 and 14.
Oh, 10 and 14? excluding items 10 and 14.
Second.
All right, it's moved by Councilman Rizzo, seconded by Councilmember Flores Kale that we approve consent agenda items 7 through 9 and 11 through 13. Is there any discussion on that motion? All those in favor say aye.
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 All opposed? Motion carries 7-0. So next up, agenda item number 10, approving an engagement agreement with Tim Austin of Allen Boone Humphries Robinson LLP for TIRZ consultant services. This one, it's mentioned TIRZ number 3 in one place and TIRZ number 4. So I want to clarify and amend that needs to be changed to TIRZ number 4.
That's correct.
So I'd like to make a motion to approve and amend where it says TIRZ number 3 to have that be clarified as TIRZ number 4.
Second.
All right, moved by the mayor, seconded by Councilmember Flores Kale. Is there any further discussion? Councilmember Flores Kale.
The backup letter, I don't know if everybody else sees it the same way, but the second line, when it talks to in connection with, and that's when it goes to specifics into what this is going to be, mine is not legible.
I can probably speak to that. That line was the line that mentioned TIRZ 3, and so I think it just is illegible, so we're clarifying that it's for TIRZ 4.
It's for have we voted on TIRZ 4?
No, we have not.
No, ma'am,
So I guess my
this would just be to start the process of creation of TIRZ 4 with this consultant.
okay. So my question is it normal protocol to vote for the setup of an agenda item prior to approving the agenda item itself, such as this TIRZ?
There's a process for creating the TIRZ that requires a public hearing and preparation of documents and a preliminary financing and project plan. And so by engaging the consultant, you're engaging somebody who can help you create those documents.
But if we don't vote on it, do we pay the consultant either way?
This would be the first step to basically signal your intention to create TIRZ 4. So, yes.
I guess I'm confused. Normal process, that, from what I understand, and again, I'm still very green, is that we would vote on a TIRZ 4, and then we would hire the group, and then they would do all the paperwork. But is that not?
This is just starting the process. So the vote for the approval of TIRZ 4 creation will come probably November, December timeframe of this year. So this is really just the very first step to kick off that process by hiring a consultant.
So if we hire them and then we decide not to go with the TIRZ for whatever reason, then we just lose the money?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions, comments? All those in favor say aye. Aye?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Motion carries 7-0. All right, next up is agenda item number 14, discussion and approval of a sludge handling services agreement with Wastewater Transportation Services. My understanding is this isn't ready. We haven't gotten the agreement together, so we're going to postpone, and we'll have it for the next item. So
that is correct.
Or next. So I'm motion to postpone this item until the next regularly scheduled council meeting.
Second.
Moved by the mayor, seconded by Councilmember Tobias. Any discussion on the motion? All those in favor say aye.
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 All opposed? Motion carries 7-0. All right, next up, agenda item number 15, consider possible action. Approval of the guaranteed maximum price in an amount not to exceed $30,139,839 as proposed and guaranteed by Bartlett Cockke General Contractors, and authorization to issue notice to proceed for the construction of the city's Public Safety Center bond. Mr. Bob Farmer.
Mayor, Mr. Farmer wasn't able to join us tonight, but Ryan Rosborough from AGCM is
Oh, Ryan's here. Okay.
has a presentation.
Go ahead, Ryan. Oh, in person. Very nice.
Sorry, hope that's okay.
Yeah, I didn't see you there.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Scott. Evening, council members. I will try my best not to muck this up in Bob's absence. He unfortunately wasn't able to be here due to a family emergency. But I wanted to give you just a brief background. If you recall back, well, first, congratulations on getting here. This has been a very long process, and it's required a lot of sweat, tears, and emotion, and from city council, from city staff, and from countless other folks. So congratulations on getting to this point. This is a huge milestone. Going back to May, 3 months ago, Bartlett Cock provided a 50% design document estimate, and proud to announce today that 2 weeks ago, the final documents were completed. Bartlett Cock went out for final GMP bids, and that final GMP number came in within 2% of the estimate. So as an estimate geek on my side, I'm going to tell you that's extremely impressive. With the market the way it is and the tumultuous environment, that's a very good outcome. So my hat's off to Bartlett Cock as well for their work, and the design team obviously for having very good documents. So what we have today is the GMP for consideration, again, of $30,139,839. This is a not to exceed cost presented by Bartlett Cock. So the only way that this cost would be increased through construction is if there were significant issues discovered on site that were unforeseens. You know, you had a geyser underground or a cave or something that nobody could have foreseen, or there is scope added. Other than that, this GMP guarantees you that what is in the plans and specs is what will be built by Bartlett Cock at this number not to exceed. As we go through the process, I can get into as much detail if you have questions about how the process works. But generally speaking, Bartlett Cock will buy out each subcontract moving forward, and any savings at the end of the day generated from those contract buyouts will be returned to the city. So that's the beauty of a CM at Risk project. So that's where we are, and with that, if there's any specific questions, I would love to be able to try to answer them for you.
Thank you, Ryan. Does anybody have any questions for Ryan?
I don't have any questions for Ryan, but I do, if anybody else would like to speak first, then go ahead.
All right, thank you, Ryan. Go ahead, Councilman Florescale.
All right. Because the task force was created for the Public Safety Center, I was and I am limited and unable to speak directly with anyone with any knowledge regarding the building design, layout, or development, without being in a direct violation of the Texas Open Meetings Act. I had to depend completely on the task force to share information with me either on the dais or during executive session, which was done once, although it may have been twice, so correct me if I'm wrong. When the task force did share information, it was limited, and by that I mean I later learned names of each room had been removed before I previewed the floor plans. I learned this decision was made during the creation of the agenda and upon approval of the city attorney, who was provided limited information. What this means is that a select few council members had access to information that others, such as me, did not have. Luckily, I was able to tour the police department in College Station, where our original plans came from, to get a better idea of how and why the building was constructed as methodically as it was. I do know that a variety of changes were made to the plans obtained by the city from College Station's layout. However, the task force nor the city manager has ever discussed these changes with council to allow us time to ask questions or to do research. The bond for the Public Safety Center was on the same ballot as my election, and although I am aware there was planning before this building prior to my election, my concern regarding the lack of information presented to council, the possible open meetings violations, and the overstepping of the task force, in addition to the awareness of the immediate need of the new Public Safety Center, leads me to create a motion where the city moves forward with the construction using College Station's plans and layout. So with that, I would like to make a motion to approve Bartlett Cock General Contractors to begin construction on a Public Safety Center using the original layout and floor plans originally obtained by the city and duplicates the City of College Station's Police Department.
All right, there's a motion on the floor. Is there a second?
As far as approval of the price amount not to exceed, I'll second that as far as what we have there as well as proposed.
Well, that's not, okay.
Well, we have a motion.
That's not what on the floor?
Yeah, we have to
a motion.
restate, so. Motion fails for lack of a second. Councilmember Tobias, you can make a motion.
Okay. Looking at these and looking at this has been a long time coming as well, and so I'd like to go ahead and make the motion for the approval of the guaranteed maximum price not to exceed the $30,139,839 as proposed and guaranteed by Bartlett Cock.
Second.
Second.
It's a motion by Councilmember Tobias, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Coach. The motion was just for the guaranteed maximum price. You want to include the notice to proceed? Or was that, yeah, we need to add the, because it's kind of a two-part. It's guaranteed maximum price and notice to proceed.
And yes, and authorization is to issue notice to proceed for the construction of the city's public safety center facility.
Can we
Second.
specify this also approves the plans? Is that correct?
All right, so it's been motioned to approve the guaranteed maximum price not to exceed $30,139,839 as proposed, and to authorize the issuance of the notice to proceed for the construction of the public safety center. The motion made by Councilor Tobias, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Coach. Is there any further discussion? Councilor Florescale.
Yes, I was just confirming that this motion is also going to approve the plans that were submitted with the backup material?
Yes, ma'am, that is correct.
Okay, and I want to make sure everybody had the opportunity to look at those backup plans, because unfortunately, I did not look at them. In fact, when the gentleman just spoke and he said in May, there was a 50% design document estimate, I did not know that. I did not know that this has been out for bids. This whole building was created without all of council's consent, and it's really frustrating that that's not being acknowledged at all.
Councilor Ellison.
So I just wanted to comment on a couple of things. One, so the guaranteed maximum price, really excited to see that number come in even lower than the 37 million that was voted on by the electorate last November. So just for clarification purposes and everybody to understand, not only the council, but those watching publicly, there's a few different questions, and maybe AGCM can answer this, maybe Mr. Sellers. This includes the FF&E, correct? So this would include the totality of everything, I guess, is for furniture, fixtures, and equipment for those watching as well.
Councilmember, this is Scott Sellers for the record. It does not include FF&E. It's just the,
okay.
the construction envelope, the land.
Gotcha, understood. So we still have some room there within what the voters approved to get everything we need to fill out the building with all the furniture and equipment that is needed for this location as well. Secondly, I'd like to state, and the gentleman from AGCM did make this point, that the only way that the amount could change is if the scope changed, which would be by the council directing that an additional scope or change in that, or there's something unforeseen that just wasn't possible to have been figured out before in the design process. So if something were to come up, and this is just speaking from something we recently had to deal with, if price changes, input prices and different things like that go up or change, we are still locked in at this price, and the city would not be responsible for paying additional funds to any contractors to cover any of those increased things like input prices and labor and different things like that. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. Councilman, there are, within the GMP that Bartlett Cock is presenting, there are contingencies within that GMP that allow for things like escalation. So those protections are theoretically built into this GMP.
Fantastic. Thank you for clarifying that. That's exactly what I was looking for. So, all those things are very helpful to me in moving forward with this. It was a very long process. Certainly, always room for improvement and things to have been done better in communicating different things. I don't know how much to speak on what has already been said, but a lot of hard work went into these. And for me, the big reason why I would not want to use the exact same College Station plans for ours. This certainly was, even before last November's election, something that we knew we wanted to look at, something that was already existing out there, and then modify that to be more particular to Kyle and Kyle's needs. We are not College Stations. We are not that same community. We are not the same agency as them, and certainly we wanted to provide a public safety center that was unique to Kyle and the needs that our police department had. And there was a lot of input by our PD, Chief Barnett and Captain Hernandez were every step of the way in helping design this building for the needs that were also started way back in 2018. I think that's something the public needs to understand. This process started back in the summer of 2018 to get it here. We moved forward with a number of different items. We had about 8 or 9 different options in the summer of 2019 that we presented to the public that included expansion of the PD from the building they're in into the current city hall. And then one was a new site option. Through all of those discussions of that summer of 2019, the feedback we were given from the public was strongly in favor of a new site and not moving them into City Hall or any other type of option like that, and expanding where they are now and completely doing a new site. And that's what we have done. Also, the opportunity through the TIRZ and the opportunity with Momart Development as the representative for the landowners over there, that we were able to get this land, which was something we weren't aware that we would be able to get even back in 2018. I think the thought process back then was that we were going to have to purchase some land to put a new site if we went that route. So that was an opportunity that presented itself and helped us a great deal as well. The police department worked with a firm that we hired back in the fall of 2018 as well, that worked to figure out a design of a police station that would move forward our law enforcement agency within the next 20 to 25 years in growth. And they came back with square footage estimates and different proposals for what our department needed, and PD was a part of that every step of the way as well. And I think that we have captured a lot of what the need and desire for this law enforcement agency to grow into for decades to come. And it is going to be a modern and unique and advanced building that will also keep that in mind of a building that will need to last for decades to come as well. And trying to be a little bit more forward thinking of that building having last, and not just building something for what is here and now. And so that's something I also appreciated about that. Not every part of this layout and design, I'll be completely honest and candid, that I am in favor of. But just like I mentioned the other week with the budget, sometimes in this process of working on a governmental body, sometimes you just don't get everything that you want, but you certainly push for everything that you can. And I was very excited to see the implementation of the low impact development or green infrastructure that was implemented on this building, on top of the numerous different areas within the building that would be support systems for our law enforcement, not only now, but future growth of departments to come within our law enforcement agency. And so this was something that was pretty unique in that the fact that we did a lot of planning even before we took it out to bond, but we still had a lot of work to do even after that. And I certainly want to acknowledge all those parties that were involved on that, and certainly appreciate, I know Chief and Captain put in a lot of hours with this and a lot of meetings, and I'd be remiss if I didn't acknowledge their effort on that. Certainly staff across the board, but I just want to acknowledge our Chief and Captain on that as well. And it is a unique thing that our citizens voted to improve a tax increase for a bond during a pandemic to support their law enforcement with a new building. This has been a long time coming. They've been in the building that they've been in, which is about 8,000 square feet, an old bank, since 2011. And they were told that was a temporary option, and now it's here 2021, 10 years later. And so I want to also congratulate and thank the council for, even though it was difficult, and we even back in 2019, we considered putting it on that November ballot, but because of the tax increase and the nature of what this would be, we decided to wait until the 2020 election where there would be the highest voter turnout because it was a presidential election. And that certainly was the case. And so, that would, before we even knew that there was a pandemic to happen, that was the thought process back in 2019 as well. And so certainly I want to thank the council for still being steadfast and move forward with continuing with this plan, even though all the challenges and hurdles that were thrown at us to move forward with this. And I think this is an exciting opportunity and be the most unique and best building that the city of Kyle has ever built. And certainly the community deserved this, our law enforcement agency deserved this, and I'm happy that we've gotten to this point and looking forward to them getting in their new home.
Thank you, Councilmember Ellison. Any further comments? I would like to just say, I was thinking about, because I just can't help but agree with literally everything that Councilmember Ellison just said. That was very well put. I remember a conversation with Captain Hernandez a few years ago when you expressed, just because you're one of our longest standing employees and servants here in Kyle, 25 years, we all know how many times this conversation of policing and police stations and adequate facilities has been brought up, in the past, and you reminded me that talk is cheap. I remember sensing even back in 2018 that this council really was ready to move it forward. But even still, there was, talk is cheap. So here we are, 2 years later, ready to take the final vote to issue the notice to go build that building. And so I'm honored and proud. I hope our police department is proud of the facility that's being constructed. I know I am. I don't feel like I could be prouder. So that's really the only commentary I made. I heard Dan Pruitt earlier saying he went to a recruiting event in Hutto, and I asked him if he used this facility in part of the marketing efforts, and he said, yeah, he definitely does. And certainly as it starts to get constructed, I can imagine that it's going to become more and more a part of our recruitment. That we have first-rate facilities, and just how thankful and happy I am that we're going to be able to do that in addition to competitive pay. We want the best officers, and that's a big part of what this is designed to bring to us. So I'm thankful for that as well. Those are the only conversations I have. It's a big lift to get it to this point, as Councilmember Ellison said. And I also really agree with the commentary about compromise, because there's certainly elements of this I think we could all point to and say we should have been this way, that way, or the other way. But at the end of the day, we have found a path to get everybody on board to construct something that's going to last a generation and solve a multitude of problems for our city. So I'm very thankful and happy with that.
Yep.
Councilor Tobias.
Yes. Years ago, I had a conversation with a good friend of mine. His name was Officer James Plant. And we had a good conversation about the growth of our city. And I said, one day, give it time, we will have a new station. We will have a new public safety center. And I'm proud to be part of a council to be able to get this through. And I'm very thankful for all the voters who provided for this. Now, on the subject of the plans itself, I can say I was one that had some reservations as far as who was going to go in or what it was. It was an issue for me. But looking at this, this is something that we really desperately needed for our city. And I am very proud and very honored to be able to get this going. And it's a long time coming for our residents, the way I look at it, and for our police department, who desperately need the space. It would help very much for our recruiting, and also for, again, just overall for our citizens. And so with that, again, that's what I have on my plate.
Thank you. Anyone else? Councilor Flores-Cale.
If agreeable, I would like to ask Mr. Hernandez and Officer Griffin to come up and speak on behalf and let us know how they feel about this, if they're okay with that.
If you'd like to come say something.
Mayor, members of council, good evening. Pedro Hernandez, police captain for the Kyle Police Department. And it's a very exciting time. I am very excited to see this building finally go up, and it is a long time coming. I never thought I'd see it. So I am excited. It is going to be the best looking building in Hays County. I'm confident of that. So we're very eager to see it go up. I don't know if y'all have any questions for me. I mean,
Councilman Rizzo.
I just got a comment. I just want to say it's been a pleasure to work alongside you and coming together with the rest of the task force and the other staff to bring this building forward and to see it come to fruition. It's been exciting. I've learned a lot about policing, learned a lot about our police department. Very proud of our police department, and I see the integrity that all the officers have, including yourself, Chief, and I'm really glad to have had the privilege of working alongside you in moving this building forward. I never thought this would come to fruition in the city of Kyle. I'm glad to see it finally come forward. We needed to stop kicking that can down the road. We finally have. So I just want to say this was possible because of the policing that happens in Kyle. The citizens believe in you and they're investing in the Public Safety Center. So thank you for all that you do.
thank you, and thank you to council and the citizens for making this happen. So I do realize, and that every single one of y'all have come into our building and to our operations to try to learn more and make the best decisions. So I appreciate y'all's interest and support.
I do have a question.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Of course.
Pedro, Kyle PD, council. There's not much more I can say that anybody hasn't said here. I'm excited. This is my favorite thing on the agenda tonight just because it's more than 2 years in the making. And it was that idea, would this ever happen? Would we be able to get to this point? And here we are. So I really can't wait to take this vote just to cement it. And Bartlett Cock assured us that they would be out there mobilized on the grounds on the 13th. So, 4 or 5 days from now, and then we have the groundbreaking on the 17th. Congratulations, police officers. If this goes through tonight, which I hope it does, we have a new home for you guys coming very soon, and it is a great day in the city of Kyle for that.
Councilman Ellison.
Yes, and certainly I appreciate Captain coming up and speaking, and I certainly understand if any others don't want to, but I think it is an exciting time, and I know Captain Hernandez and I have had many conversations. I remember too back in 2018, and the reason why I wanted to raise my hand and just wrap up one other little comment. Mayor Mitchell, myself, and Councilmember Villalobos sat with you and Chief in the training room back in the summer of 2018 and talked about getting a solution forward and stop kicking the can down the road, as Councilmember Rizzo stated there. But what I wanted to say as well is, because this has gone over multiple councils, and there have been other council members that have that were on the body, particularly Councilmember Tracy Shield and Councilmember Alex Villalobos, that were part of helping this come together as well. And I'd be remiss if we didn't also thank them for their services and their effort to help get this to this point as well. But just kind of the point of it, it took multiple cycles and transitions of multiple different council members. Obviously, the 7 of us here, but others in the past as well. And I want to recognize them for their efforts to help us get it here. It's been a 3-year process plus. So I know a lot of them watch too, and I know that they had a large part in this. So I want to thank them also.
Councilor Florescale.
Thank you. I wish I felt the same way about this building as everybody else. Don't get me wrong, I feel like this is a building that is long past due. The building that you guys are currently in is not even good enough for our city staff to go into afterwards after you guys move out. So we previously voted on the fact that our staff will be moving over to your building. So as part of recruitment that everybody keeps talking about, do you think a lot of other police officers are going to be excited, or potential police officers will be excited to be housed with city council members and city managers?
I don't know. It's kind of hard for me to speak on how they're going to feel about that. I mean, we'll clearly have our own separate side.
I'm sorry, Mayor, I don't think we should be putting Captain Hernandez in that situation.
Well,
I think that's
Okay.
something that we
We can
just need to
stop
get
it.
to do.
You don't have to answer that, but
Yeah.
thank you for your response. Additionally, in the last 12 months, how many meetings were you in with council to discuss the layout of this building?
I was on numerous Zoom meetings, probably almost all of them. I'm sure I missed a couple, but I was probably in the majority of those.
Do you feel like this building was built as if it were a police department or for multi-use?
I think it's obvious it's for multi-use.
Do you think that's something, no, I'm not going to even ask you. I'm going to state this. I don't think people should be proud or say that the police department deserve this, because they deserve better. That's my opinion. They deserve to have a building that is 100% their own. And the reason why we picked the building in College Station is because it was something that our officers liked. And so to go in there and to take a third of it, or 22,000 square feet, and to dedicate it for city staff, I think is irresponsible. That building was set up strategically for a reason. And so now it's going to be even more money when staff leaves. It's going to cost the taxpayers more to rebuild that building the way it was originally supposed to be. I talked to College Station. I spoke with New Braunfels. Both of those cities had very little to do with their city council and everything to do with their police department. The reason why it was laid out the way it was for growth into the next 20 years.
Mayor, Captain Hernandez, I'm sorry. Yeah, I know this is a difficult situation. Really don't have to.
Does anybody have any questions for Council?
One of the things I just want to say real quick is that this building was approved by the voters as a public safety center, not just a police department, to have other programming there as well. The voters looked at the bond that came forward and made a informed decision, because we did a great job as a council bringing this information forward. I don't think this is the meeting to come up and try to pick something, especially using the police department. I think the police department does a great job. I think we did the best job possible. In July of 2019, I stood up here in this council and I said, before the city council, and said, we're going to stop kicking this can down the road because of the proposed things that were here at the time. And I stood up, and that was hard for me to do because, you know, I didn't know how the citizens or the council were going to react, but I did it. And I just don't like the way this is going right now. I'm very proud of what this council has done and the previous council has done. And this is a public safety center. It's not a police department. It's a police department plus the public safety center. It's going to grow, and it's continue to grow. The original square footage was for less square footage. We picked a bigger building so we could alleviate two needs that we had in our city, and eventually the police department will incorporate the entire building. And I'm very proud of that one day that we will grow. Because we'll continue to grow as a city, and our department will continue to grow. And when we're at 112 police officers like College Station is one day, then they'll probably have the whole building. We'll see. But Captain Hernandez, it's a pleasure working with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Captain.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, any further questions or comments? Let's do a roll call vote.
Tobias,
Aye.
Flores Kale,
Yes.
Bradshaw,
Aye.
Coach,
Aye.
Mitchell,
Aye.
Rizzo,
Aye.
Ellison.
Aye.
All right, motion passes unanimously. All right, next up, agenda item number 16. Consider approval of a site-specific declaration of covenants, restrictions, and easements for the Public Safety Center, and authorize the city manager or mayor to execute all documents necessary to accept conveyance of the Public Safety Center site. Ms. Saenz.
Mayor and Council, Paige Saenz, City Attorney for the record. This document is similar to what you have approved for the park parcel, the Central Park parcel. There's a set of site-specific declarations that apply to this project, to this particular site in the Public Safety Center. They prohibit certain obvious uses that would be prohibited on this site. The engineering department and the chief have reviewed these with me, and these are acceptable from their point of view. We recommend approval of the site-specific declarations and authorize the mayor, city manager to execute all documents necessary to accept conveyance of the public safety parcel.
Thank you, Paige. Anyone have any questions for Paige? Comments? Motions?
Motion to approve item 16.
Second.
It's been moved by Councilmember Rizzo, seconded by Councilmember Tobias, that we approve agenda item number 16. Is there any discussion on the motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Next up, agenda item number 17, approval of an agreement with ECS Southwest LLP in an amount not to exceed $93,233.06 for materials testing in association with the construction of the city's Public Safety Center facility project. I'm assuming Mr. Farmer's not here, so I'll go with you, Ryan.
Sorry, you get me again. My apologies. In accordance with Texas Government Code, the city is required to have an independent third-party material testing lab on this project, separate of the CM at risk, in this case, Bartlett Cock. So what we have before you is a proposal for the materials testing services in that amount of $90,000+, which is within where we would expect it to be. Also worth noting, this firm also performed the geotechnical report on the site, meaning the soil conditions and the ground conditions. So they are most qualified to move forward with the materials testing.
Hopefully they didn't charge us $93,000 for the geo.
They did not. It was not $93,000 for that part.
Councilor Ellison, go ahead.
Mayor, motion to approve agenda item 17 is written.
Second.
Moved by Councilor Ellison, seconded by Councilor Rizzo, that we approve agenda item number 17 as written. Is there any discussion on the motion?
I just have a quick question. So what is the type of work that they do? They just test the soil and the groundwater and see if anything's underneath it or something like that?
So basically, the services moving forward, they've done that during the geotechnical observation, which is when they survey the ground conditions to make sure there's no underwater aquifers or geysers or caves or any of that.
Yeah.
They also provide information to help design the foundation of the building. So that's already been done. The phase you're moving forward with is the actual independent materials testing, basically QA through construction. So they'll be doing things like taking cylinders of the concrete that's poured to ensure that the concrete breaks to proper strength. They'll be doing soil compaction testing to make sure the soil is compacted properly, grout prisms on the CMU. I mean, you name it, there's a whole laundry list of services that they'll be providing as required per Texas Government Code.
Okay, great, because that'd be good to know when they start building that there were, out here, there's a lot of limestone, a lot of black dirt, so, we hate for any kind of foundation problems later on. Maybe they can identify some of that stuff with the soil. Thank
Yes,
you.
sir.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
This is a big part of it, just like we did with our wastewater treatment plant as well, right? We had a independent third-party person out there that's just quality control. I remember the contractor saying that, that's good because it is to make sure the corners don't get cut. Someone else there to be watching. So they represent us. They do not report to you at all.
That's correct. They report through us, so
Right.
we get all the reports and we review them, and if there's something that comes up as a failed test, then we flag it. And I think Bartlett Cock is on the line, but anything that gets flagged as a failed test will go back to the general contractor to be responsible for retesting until it passes. That way you're not paying for it twice, basically.
Right.
So you're responsible for testing it once as the city. Anything beyond that goes back to the contractor.
Okay.
But yes, all those reports will come back to us. We'll flag anything that fails and make sure it is corrected and tested until passing.
Okay. Any other questions or comments? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes 7-0. Thank you, Ryan.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Next up, agenda item number 18, update on the Police Department Citizens on Patrol program, and to seek approval to increase the size of the program from 4 to 8 members as discussed in the recent budget workshop. Chief Barnett.
Sorry, you don't have chief tonight. You have the second best.
Oh, I don't know about that. First best.
Mayor, council, for the record, James Plant, Kyle Police Department.
You're getting demoted back there constantly.
Not much to talk to you guys about tonight, but I want to come with the request of adding 4 new volunteers to our Citizens on Patrol program. Currently, they're out and about on patrol or driving around the community about 24 hours a month, give or take. They're on 4-hour shifts, and right now they're doing about 2 shifts a week. Take it back. 2 shifts a week, but we're now filling the weekends and holidays as well. If we expand the program, we can expand the services they can provide. The 24 hours doesn't include other events, city-sponsored events, things with the PD that they also volunteer at. So don't think that it's only 24 hours they're putting in. They're putting in a lot of hours. Hopefully by October, I'll be able to send you a report on all the volunteer hours for the fiscal year. We'll have those numbers tallied up at the end of September, but it's a huge number. So it's time to expand the program. It's a process. The process of selection of those volunteers, going through a background with those volunteers, and then going through the training with those volunteers. So it's not like we add 4 people tomorrow and then they're driving around the city the next month. It's a process, and we've already kind of put a calendar together of starting the process. So hopefully by March of next year they would be out on their own as well. So that would be an additional 4 volunteers doing all kinds of cool stuff around the city.
Thanks, James. Councilor Rizzo.
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to approve agenda item 18. And with that, I'd like to add a comment just to say.
Hang on, we got a motion on the table to approve.
Yep.
Second.
It's been moved by Councilor Rizzo, seconded by Councilor Tobias. Any further discussion? Councilor Rizzo.
Yeah, I just want to say this is on Patrol Department has really shown their worth. During the pandemic, during the ice storms, they were out there helping, directing traffic during the food distributions. They've just done so much for our community. I just could go on, and I just want to thank you because you've headed this, James, and I just want to thank you for the work you've done and the volunteers that you've recruited. You've done an exceptional job, and I'd love to see this go forward and expand.
Thank you. Councilor Ellison.
Certainly, I second that as well. I appreciated the way the agenda item was written as well, that this was something that we recently did discuss because it does have a budgetary impact, and that's something I'm completely fine with in growing this program. I know this program is in great hands with Officer Plant and others that are involved as well. I've known the commitment and the dedication by Officer Plant and others. I'll just say and others just because I don't want to miss everyone else, but Officer Plant standing there before us to these programs and to the community engagement and community involvement, which was also a large part of the discussion with the Public Safety Center. And when we were working on designing that, and there will be space in this new Public Safety Center for Officer Plant and his volunteers and others to work out of this building as well. And so this is all wrapping into, not only just new space, not only space for it to expand, but continuing that commitment of public engagement, citizen involvement, education through volunteerism and different things like that, and outreach, helping create surrogates that will understand as citizens and understand from the side of law enforcement what just a little bit of what our officers deal with on a day-to-day. And I know as we continue to try and grow our law enforcement agency, certainly we've added 4 officers in this new budget, having this kind of supplementary help to that agency to do some things that are, obviously need to be trained for, but certainly help out our officers as well. I think this is a great addition. I was glad that it was added and discussed during the budget sessions. And once again, I just want to thank Officer Plant and all those that you work with, Officer Plant at the agency. They continue to have such great determination, dedication to this type of policing and this kind of community policing and involvement. And so I'm excited to increase this program as well.
Thank you, Councilor Ellison. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
All opposed. Motion carries 7-0. Thank you, officer. All All right, next up, agenda item number 19, approval of a transportation master plan. Mr. Sellers.
Mayor, Council, Scott Sellers for the record. I'm going to come up in front of you this time. I've got a couple of big items here. So first one is Transportation Master Plan. I am joined by John Dean behind me from CP&Y, who has worked very hard on this plan. So I'm basically going to provide a little introduction from staff and city perspective, and then any additional questions you may have, I'll invite Mr. Dean up to answer those. On the screen, you'll see basically what is the gist, the visual layout of the Transportation Master Plan. As you know, we discussed this with council. We presented a draft of this layout very recently, and what is before you is the final plan with the textual component as well. In the text portion of the plan, as you'll see in your backup material, you have sample or recommended cross-sections for the roadways. You have different estimates for city growth, timing of road construction, et cetera. Just a little history of the plan itself. This was basically intended to be an update to the 2015 plan. And when we engaged CP&Y, that was really the scope of the project. However, as we continue to move forward and with the exigency that we saw some of our developers and land plans moving forward, we knew we had to really take a very close look at all of our transportation networks, our corridors throughout the city, and make some real, sometimes difficult decisions on how our major thoroughfares would impact the future development of Kyle. I will say this is smart planning, and those that are in the transportation planning industry have congratulated the city for being so forward-thinking on our planning efforts when so many communities are reactionary. And I'll admit, we somewhat were reactionary based on some of the developments. In large part, we are and have been very forward-thinking, very visionary on this plan. There are a couple areas on the plan that I would like to call out that are changes from the last draft. The first one is East 150 to Goforth, and I'm going to zoom in on that here on the screen. We kind of had what I called the spaghetti bowl in the draft plan. We had multiple roads coming in. You can see my mouse there. We have simplified the plan by bringing Goforth as one of our primary arterials. I'll call it the inner loop because Turnersville Road will be more of an outer loop as it comes through and connects Goforth all the way down actually to Yarrington Road. The intersection here at 150 picks 150 up, so basically they're dual signed through this parcel here between 150 and 158. So 150, if you follow my mouse, basically would take a little jog to the south and then continue westward across the interstate and then back up to Scott Street where it connects to Veterans Drive. This was a council priority to basically remove the designated highway designation on Center Street, as well as provide relief for the congestion that we see every single day downtown. So that is the first big change. We did meet with TxDOT today actually and confirmed that they will be moving forward on an agreement with City Council as we move forward to begin the design process, and that will really define what that overpass section will look like and how 150 will take that jog back through 158. The other section, just for your consideration, is up at BB Road. So you'll see here there was kind of a draft, and again, Transportation Master Plan, a lot of lines on a map. When you get into actual property-specific development, you start to really refine what those lines look like. And we've looked very closely at these properties here lately, and what we noticed is that the easiest way was the Occam's razor, was the simplest way through here. So you'll see BB Road coming to a proposed intersection, which would be a roundabout, and these little plus signs are just proposed in the draft, roundabout locations for the city to consider in its development. So the Green Road crossing Plum Creek is the Seton Parkway extension. Right now, if you'll just think right in front of Seton Hospital, there is a stub out of a road. That road is intended to cross Plum Creek as a span bridge and then continue northbound across existing BB and then move forward as it follows that drainage channel and then another overpass at I-35, leaving the former BB road in some form or fashion to just be a local collector. Again, we met with TxDOT on this plan, and they agreed that a city with an ultimate build-out population of over 200,000 ought to maximize connections over I-35 as much as possible. They looked at the plan. They thought it was great. Kudos to John Dean, CPNY, for all their work on this. But in general, this is the recommended plan. We are asking council for final consideration so we can move forward with our multiple development partners to have them work with us on planning for and building these roadways. So with that, I am happy to answer any questions you may have, and again, might bring up Mr. Dean.
Thank you, Scott. Any questions? Councilmember Rizzo.
Yeah, Scott, just real quickly, this plan in no way is telling the citizens that we're building these roads tomorrow. This is just to preserve easements and for future use, maybe as we grow as a city. These roads are going to take funding, they're going to take dollars, they're going to take planning. But this is our way of having the foresight to protect those right-of-ways, and that's all this is. I know there's been a lot of citizens that worry about these roadways when they see them. They're not tomorrow. It takes years to build roadways. We're just preserving the right for the future generations. The other question I have for you, the first question I have for you, Scott, is that did we do everything that we were supposed to do in bringing forward this transportation plan? Did we have all our public meetings? Did we do everything that we're supposed to do before we brought this plan forward?
Great. So let me just address your comment and your question. So that, a lot of times citizens will come up to the dais and talk about smart growth. We just need to be smart growth. We need to push things onto developers. This plan is a great example of the city council looking to the future with smart growth. Like you just said, it helps us identify and protect corridors for future growth. And so I would say your comment was spot on. These roads won't be built tomorrow, but we will begin planning for them as soon as possible. Some cases, for example, on 150, as I mentioned, if we begin the design process, 30% design, that gives us a very clear picture of the right-of-way of the road and the location where that needs to be built. And then we can take that plan and then go out and try to solicit additional funds, either through Campo at the state, working in tandem through an AFA agreement with TxDOT, or looking at federal funding through any one of the myriad of federal partners that we could apply for funds for. Infrastructure bill, for example, would be a great way to do that. Your comment or your question about did we cross the T's and dot the I's on this? We approve our transportation master plan via resolution. In this case, we brought it forward for discussion multiple times. There have been multiple meetings where this has been brought forth. The council or the citizenry has had multiple opportunity to comment on the plan. And I believe you're referring to a question you had asked me earlier about the comprehensive plan that does require a public hearing and multiple readings. So the transportation plan, just like many of our plans, like the parks plan, the trail plan that I'm about to talk about, some of our utility plans, all form just kind of the basis of the city's corpus of planning efforts, right? We hope none of those plans sit on the shelf. Comprehensive plan, when that comes forward, it takes bits and pieces of each of those plans and it incorporates those as chapters into a full comprehensive plan for the city. Not nearly as detailed as each individual plan, but it references them all in chapters. Per charter, that comprehensive plan does need to be vetted very publicly through public hearings and multiple readings. This plan does not.
Thank you, Scott.
Councilor Ellison.
Thank you. Certainly appreciate the continued going back to look at this plan and update it, even after we had last talked about it, I guess a couple months ago, to now this time as well. certainly understand the comments as well. I won't even, talking about building it tomorrow, feel is a little facetious, even within the next number of years. Because with the point, though, that Councilmember Rizzo made that I did agree with, that was that it is going to take funding, and it is going to take the voters having an opportunity to have a say on this as well as other meetings that we will talk about to really nail down the details and nuts and bolts of each one of these roads as they come along to be constructed or reconstructed or what have you. And so I think that's just an important thing for the citizenry to understand, is that, as Councilmember Rizzo pointed out, the right-of-way, preserving that, that is at the largest. Just because it says 4-lane or 3-lane, it could turn out to be, through discussions and meetings and public hearings, and then ultimately what would go to the voters, something less than that. So there will be more opportunities for the public to continue to be engaged on this, the actual seeing through and coming to fruition of these plans over many years to come, many years. With that, I appreciate that we continue to do this. I think this is the second major one I've kind of been a part of. And so I understand that, and I appreciate the consultants' work on this as well, and staff's work on this. I just had a quick question that came from a resident in my conversations about this transportation master plan, Mr. Sellers. I'd appreciate your response on this one. But do you in any way feel with particularly the streets that were brought up, Scott Street, I believe, is proposed at the most to be a 3-lane road, and then the old Stagecoach Road, I believe, was 4. Do you feel in any way that this contradicts the current plan of stated goals for the downtown revitalization plan, as well as our trail plans going forward?
So I heard the question, just want to restate so I can answer it correctly. So the plan for the right-of-way, the width, basically the lane width on Scott Street as well as Old Stagecoach, if the widths are not in conflict with other plans?
Correct. Do you feel with the goals stated with the downtown revitalization plan, with the trail plans that we're coming up with, do you think that in any way that this transportation master plan, particularly with the 2 roads that I mentioned, in any way contradict what we're trying to do with our downtown revitalization plans and in any trail plans that would, particularly, I guess, in that area?
Yeah, I'm going to share my screen to answer that, because it's a good question, and I've kind of zoomed in on the areas in question. For the downtown planning efforts, as you've asked, you see the green roads. Those are basically local roads. They're not as wide. I'm just going to zoom down to see if there's a legend here on this map. There we go. So those are collectors, 2 to 3 lane collectors. So you can see what the colors, the red is 4-lane and the major arterials blue and 6-lane. If you were to be looking at the plan in its current condition, you would see the Center Street being more of a red road. You can see the plan takes that into a collector rather than a major roadway, 4 lanes. So understanding the council's goal of really making the downtown more walkable, more pedestrian friendly, safer, and getting a lot of that congestion out of downtown, I think this plan does a very fair job of that by shifting the bulk of traffic in some sort of a bypass manner in a way that can be built up to accommodate more of those vehicles. We're just constrained here on Center Street with the right-of-way, and the ability to add additional lanes is prohibited by the current right-of-way. Stagecoach is a red, so meaning more lanes. In that Stagecoach plan, as currently being looked at and designed through Paige Dawson, we are trying to do what's called a complete street, which basically means you have your travel lanes and then you have bike lanes, sidewalks, trails, et cetera, that are all part of that street area. So the red could ultimately mean right-of-way that is being planned, and then the way we kind of slice that right-of-way into cross-sections, there could be a protected 12-foot trail segment, and you'll see in my next presentation that that's exactly what we're proposing. I believe we are looking at doing a 2-lane with a center turn lane and not the full 4 lanes or more on Stagecoach. So to your comment earlier about this gives us the ability to negotiate and look at what's most appropriate at the time. I think we are also doing that with our design in that we're incorporating more of a complete street trail segment rather than a full 4-lane width.
Excellent answer, Mr. Sellers. And that's what I think sometimes is kind of lost in when we talk about this transportation master plan. It's going to be wide roads, but the attention to the complete streets, adding these large areas that will incorporate into the trail area, that will incorporate into other areas of transportation outside of the automobile and different things, that is all included in what this does in that preserving that right of way. So I think that is just a very excellent point that you made about this. And once again, something that I know is kind of difficult to understand about this, but I think the citizenry should understand about this. It still wraps into all of those ideas and plans of connectivity, walkability, the trail system, getting people downtown, moving people throughout a city that is growing and we know is going to continue to grow, and even doing what we can to lessen the impact of the necessity on the automobile to move around even within certain areas of the city. So thank you for your response to that.
Yes, sir.
Councilor Tobias.
Yes, sir. All right, thank you. I understand when looking at the master plan, there's the difference between existing roads versus proposed roads on that. Okay. One of my big concerns that I have, of course, is the proposed roads, because I've been having conversations over the phone and by email and in person by individuals, residents, longtime residents here that are very frightened and concerned these roads are going to go through their property. Okay. I've also been hearing from residents saying that they're also getting frustrated with the city about this master plan because they could be trying to sell their property and being approached by developers or for whatever, but they're being told, hey, your property is going to be in the middle of the master plan, so we're just going to skip you by. That seems to be a frustration on a constituent on my side of town over there in District 6 that he has no direction on where this is going to go. Now, we all agree that the city is growing. We all agree that I'm probably the biggest one waving my flag about getting the roads done on the east of Kyle, BB, and so forth. But these are just concerns that a lot of these people are showing and coming up to us. And it's really hard for us to say, you know, these are just proposed. And I know these are like what Councilman Ellison and Riesel said. I know these are years down the road. There's got to be funding. But it doesn't stop them from trying to make plans. And that's kind of where a lot of these people are at right now. They're getting nervous. They're getting scared. Some are just frustrated that, okay, again, I'm trying to sell my property or I'm looking at selling my property, but it's on this map plan. So, you know, I'm not going to get value for my land and so forth.
Yeah, it's kind of a subjective question, but my experience in development, you know, a lot of thoughts that go with that question, but I'll just boil them down to typically when the city builds a road through a property, adds value to the property and creates more development opportunity there. So while the current form of development may look like one thing, the current price may be a certain amount, adding a thoroughfare, adding more connections into and around that property add value, significant value. They may change the plans and it may cause for a different development partner to come in and look at that property. But at the end of the day, we have to accommodate the growth. And this plan does the very best that we professionally believe does accommodate the growth. with the least amount of interruption and maximizes property as much as possible.
I actually kind of have a similar question, because I think when it comes to master transportation plans, there are some winners and losers, inevitably. There's no way for there not to be. So I think in some cases, there are property owners that are significantly benefited, as you say, but there are a couple properties in East Kyle in particular I can think of where the property really takes a pretty good lick, because it's not very big, and it's really integral for the city to, maybe to make a connection or something like that, but it kind of renders the property not worth as much. So is there any, commentary that you can provide on if there was a situation where a road was required to go through in such a way that it made the property basically undevelopable, what happens then?
There's a legal answer to that, and I see you looking at Paige more, so I will give a 2-cent answer, and then Paige can do the 98 cents on top of that. There are a couple of those areas that we know where we have connections that must occur per the plan, and it does invalidate the property. It adds value to the adjacent properties, but the property in question, basically the roadway is so wide it fills up the property. In those cases, the city would move forward, again, having identified those connections on property acquisition.
Paige Saenz, City Attorney, for the record. So whenever the city takes property from a developer in relation to development, that taking has to be roughly proportional to the impact of the development on the city infrastructure, whether it be drainage, roads, water, wastewater. And so if a road is larger than what is the developer's proportionate impact, then the city's going to owe some compensation. And then there's a process that you go through to determine whether the road requirement is greater than what the impact of the development is.
So maybe to follow up, if there are there a couple properties that we can identify? Because I think the point I'm hearing, which I know I would feel exactly the same way, is if I can no longer sell, because this map, if once we approve it, what it does is it essentially says that this is it. You can no longer develop this property because we've dedicated this road. But if we are, as has been said, 5, 6, 7, 10 years away from actually going through and building the road, are we also 5, 6, 7, 10 years away from ever coming and paying them? And is their property worthless until such a time as the road is built? And then they're just stuck waiting for us to finally do something, and they can't do anything with their property until a condemnation proceeding takes place. That doesn't seem fair. So I don't know if maybe there are a parcel or two in particular where we might need to be more proactive in this,
So again, my 2 cents followed by the real answer. So there are two in particular that I can think of right off the top of my head that are completely invalidated by the road going through the parcel. They're connecting roads basically. In that case, we would seek to acquire. Now, this plan gives us the ability to move forward with the negotiations and acquisition, but we would try to acquire those up front because I don't believe those parcels, the two I'm thinking of, are part of a larger development. So Paige talking about rough proportionality, these parcels would be outside of a larger development area where we could inform rough proportionality. In that case, we would just embark on the acquisition process sooner rather than later. Like per council's direction, we would just start that process immediately.
Do you think it might be worthwhile for us to have those properties identified? It needs to be an executive session,
It
not
would be an
publicly,
executive session, correct.
but so that we can find out kind of where we stand. Does that sound like something you'd like as well?
Yes, I'd like to be able to do that. So that way, again, for those who are concerned that the roads will be coming through their property, and the other is for the people that are trying to sell their property but are being told it's not going to be able to, or there's going to be a road coming through here, we're no longer interested, and they're like, okay, so what's the plan? I mean, there's people that don't want to sell and want to stay. There's also the people that are starting to really consider on selling, but the road is supposed to go through their area and they're just caught in that middle. What are we going to do? what's the city going to do? And I've tried to reach out to the city. They told me they don't know, but I'm just losing, potential buyers, at least once every year. And that's some of the people that I've been talking to that have that frustration.
Absolutely.
Any other questions, comments? Motions?
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to approve agenda item number 19.
Second.
It's been moved by Councilman Rizzo, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Coach, that we approve agenda item number 19, the Transportation Master Plan. Is there any discussion on that motion? All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Nay.
Motion carries 6-1. Next up, agenda item number 20, presentation on a citywide trail master plan.
All right, Mayor Council, Scott Sellers for the record. The Trails Master Plan really is the outcome of a lot of work from the Trail Task Force, and so I will be kind of the voice for the task force today, but there are several council members as well as multiple staff members who have done a lot of due diligence. We have talked in the past about going outside of Kyle and looking at best practices. The Trails Task Force looked at best practices in a couple of different cities. They looked at Carmel, Indiana as a great Rails to Trails project. And I'm going to get a little bit more into the Carmel approach to trail development here in a few minutes. They also went and looked at Peachtree City, Georgia, which was a city that was basically planned around trails, the trail network, and has over 100 miles of trails. And then anecdotally looked around at other development areas, other cities, to ensure that these best practices would fit in Kyle and move forward with a proposal to the entire council and the citizenry. So tonight we are not looking for approval of this plan. This is just a presentation. Want to let it get out to the public, and we'll bring it back for council consideration at another meeting. With that said, I have put together a presentation that I will put up on the screen here. Okay. And there's a fun little intro if it pops up. So there's a little bit of a lag here on the screen, but that said the Kyle vibe. So again, the name, the vibe, is just kind of a trail task force idea, and even not all members of the task force agreed with it. So these are just, again, draft kind of thoughts and recommendations. So in this presentation, it looks long and scary. I'll try not to belabor everything too much, but I will say that there have been just a few projects in Kyle that just have me super, super excited. And this is one of them. You know, I'm excited by about everything, but I'm really excited by this plan here. So we'll start with the vibe. So when the Trail Task Force looked at trails, we didn't really start by thinking that the trail would become anything more than just another trail network. It wasn't really until these best practice trips and ideas started flowing where we saw the vision of the trail. It could be so much more than just a typical nature trail, for example. Not to say that this doesn't incorporate that, it does. We have worked with the Great Springs Project on Emerald Crown, for example, and I'll get into that here in a moment. But there's been just a big mind shift in the potential of a robust trail network. So much so that the Trail Task Force started questioning, well, could our trail become bigger than just the trails? Could it even become something that is more than something for the locals? Could it become a regional attraction or larger? Could it become something that is so amazing that it could ultimately become a brand of the city, similar to Pie Capital, right? I put up there, brand is earned, not given. You'll hear me say that all the time when I talk about branding. We always look at what we have earned. And right now, Kyle has earned a lot of designations, but at the end of the day, we are still just kind of searching for that ultimate branding designation. And of course, it always evolves. We've asked in community surveys, what are the priorities of the community or the citizenry? And over the years, we've seen the priorities shift from health, safety, wellness to quality of life. It's that Maslow's hierarchy. And so the Trails Task Force is looking at the trail as a quality of life amenity for Kyle. And that's something I'm going to hit on again. So quality of life. So the vibe is the name right now. It's subject to change, of course, but why the vibe? Well, the vibe is kind of a catchy, fun name that means more than just trail. When we look at how this trail network is incorporated into the larger regional trails planning, you can see that map, and it's much larger than your hard copy plan in the backup material. But Kyle has an opportunity to connect in multiple locations to the Emerald Crown Trail, which again is being shepherded by the Great Springs Project. So we've got a trail network from Austin to San Antonio that has a lot of foot traffic on it. And Kyle, right in the middle, has the ability to pull citizenry, pull pedestrians, pull recreational enthusiasts, et cetera, off of this Emerald Crown Trail into the heart of Kyle. So what are some of the best practices that the task force saw? One is gathering places. The trail, a successful, I'll call it gold standard trail network, brings people not just onto a trail for recreational purposes, but brings them for an experience and connects these experiential areas via a trail network and really gets people excited about getting outdoors, getting on their feet and out of the automobile for locations like entertainment, retail, recreation. We saw that very clearly in Carmel, Indiana. Midtown Plaza is a great example of a pocket park or a gathering placemaking area that brought people off the trail into an area that was very social and very well planned. Multiple uses and modes, another best practice. So instead of just being for recreation, maybe it includes a more transportation type elements like electric vehicles, cycles, rollerblades, strollers, etc. And so instead of just foot traffic and tripping over roots, it tries to be more than just one type of trail. And then offering as many connections as possible through the city. So in this trail plan, it would be connections into neighborhoods as much as possible. So the task force really felt like wherever you live in Kyle, wherever you are, you ought to be close enough to a trail that you can jump on it and get to somewhere else in Kyle. Maybe it's downtown, maybe it's to a shopping center, maybe it's to a park, maybe it's just to another neighborhood. But the trail network needs to be robust enough that it provides connectivity throughout the city. That's the gold standard that the Trail Task Force wanted to present to the citizenry of Kyle. So this on the screen is the proposed network, and obviously it's pretty small here, but as it just scrolls from north to south, you can see certain areas. The purple are the new trail connections that would need to be constructed. There's some connections that are already in existence that may be roadways, maybe sidewalks, but there's a lot of trail. There's over 50 miles of new trail being proposed. The great thing is about this plan is these are all attainable. They all represent space that is currently available to build a trail or to go through development areas that have not yet built up that can incorporate the trail into their developments. So as we talk about trail-oriented development, it's TOD. We usually speak of TOD as transit-oriented development. Well, TOD, trail-oriented development, means you shift the focus away from the automobile. You try to shift it to foot traffic. As we know, foot traffic equals experiences, placemaking, and sales. Shopping centers should be along the trail network, to maximize that foot traffic, retail sales opportunity. Restaurants for experiences and placemaking, neighborhoods. So what we're talking about in TOD is the traditional development is very automobile oriented, facing the street, facing a sea of parking. Usually back of house or back of development backs to these beautiful greenways that are just underutilized. There may be drainage ways, et cetera. What we are hoping in this plan is to turn development to those green belts. We put the trail through, and now we're creating experiences for the residents in these green belts. It's not to say that back of house is going to be at the street, it's just going to be configured differently to really focus toward the trail. There's a picture of Midtown Plaza in Carmel right there. So you can see some of these placemaking areas along the trail, microbreweries, art stages, for little pickup concerts, local artists, restaurants, retail, playgrounds, water features, recreation, natural and geographic features. So in short, these placemaking areas called vibes along the vibe as the trail network. So these vibes are for locals and visitors, right? So as you pull into a vibe, it's going to attract you for an experience, for a placemaking destination. In other words, quality of life. So the trail network compressed here just into one look, we tried to overlay some of the vibes that we have been working with developers to identify into future development plans or current development plans, to be honest. So these, that you can see over a dozen of these areas throughout Kyle, that would be these placemaking sites. So as you're going along the trail and then you get to one of these orange sections, maybe they have a stage, maybe there's a brewery, maybe there's both, maybe there's a great lawn that you can go and sit and relax, outdoor TV, whatever it is. These vibe spots are kind of unique to the development, but they serve as an attraction and a great destination area along the trail. So again, over 20 vibes have been identified. Each one again is unique, and they're encouraged to be creative, be different from the next vibe up, but also be an attraction. We'd like the vibes to really set themselves apart through a grand entrance. You get to one and you're in a new special place. It feels different. There's speed tables, there's decorative pavers, there's certain patterns like the herringbone pattern that's kind of an architectural theme that would be laced through the city. There would be parking for vehicles, parking for golf carts, charging stations, art, and common hours is actually important. If you're on the trail and you're going to a vibe, you want to know that it's going to be open, right? So assuming there are many users on this trail network, that would also encourage these establishments to be open. So the look and feel of the Vibe network. There are a variety of trail types, as we know. There are shaded pathways, there are wooded sections, there are rivers and creeks. So we know we already have a almost several mile trail between Lake Kyle and Waterleaf Park. But there are also built environments, and best practice for a built trail network is 12-foot concrete with 2-foot buffer on either side to prevent root and branch intrusion. There are certain trail areas that take advantage of the city's current road network. So if you're going to be using a neighborhood electric vehicle or a electric cart, for example, and you have a roadway that's 35 miles an hour or under, those carts could safely merge onto the roadway and then get back onto the trail network. And that also helps avoid more segments to maintain, so it keeps the cost of the trail down. Type of development along the vibe. So a lot of things that can be done. Again, there's 50 plus miles. So community gardens that we have seen, enhanced landscaping, benches, sitting areas, swings, ponds, fitness stations. One thing that we got excited about was the idea of smart light poles. As you construct the trail, construct conduit with it, and put these smart poles that allow charging ports, Wi-Fi along the trail. Even one of the conduits could have broadband, so we would serve as kind of a middle mile broadband provider. And then security cameras and LED lights. Trail should be developed for ADA accessibility, which is another reason why the 12-foot wide concrete makes sense for the task force. Certain areas of the trail should be reinforced. Clearly, there are some areas that go under 35 that have some trickle channels, some drainage. So there's some wet areas; those would need to be reinforced. Down along the Plum Creek, in certain areas, that would need to be reinforced as well. One of the concerns in heavily wooded areas is root intrusion. So, having a 2-foot deep root barrier system adjacent to the trail is something that is also recommended during construction. That way you avoid heaving panels and it keeps your ongoing maintenance costs down. Any sort of culvert crossings or under the road would be 12-foot wide by 10-foot vertical. And then any bridges, for example, there are a couple of areas over the railroad tracks where you would need a dedicated pedestrian bridge. Those would be decorative bridges. So, question about safety came up. If you're allowing electric carts and pedestrians on the same trail system, who has the right-of-way, are there safety conflicts, are there concerns? And we looked at all those questions and were able to see examples of multiple uses safely interacting on the trail system. But again, that 12-foot width helps ensure safety, and of course the pedestrian gets the right-of-way. Multiple types of uses. I talked about multimodal. So the types of uses that could be allowed on the vibe: golf carts, NEVs, personal scooters, running, jogging, walking, cycling, skateboarding, rollerblading. Another safety concern is as the trail, if there are certain areas, and there are a few, that we don't have bridges or culvert ability, we've got to cross the roadway at grade. And so in those cases, we would have what's called a hawk signal, where it's like a push button signal. We have something very similar on Veterans Drive, right? So it's just a standalone dedicated signal for pedestrians. So we would have those. Again, where we could build culverts and bridges, we will, or we'll go under existing bridges, we will. Safety concerns continued. Obviously, ATVs, automobiles are too fast, too big for the trail system. And what we saw as the best practice was governing everything at 20 miles an hour or under. So again, a golf cart being permitted would need to be governed. It would also need to be street legal. 15 years old minimum, that was what we saw in Peachtree City. Without concerns from that city, they said that worked out well for them. In fact, in Peachtree City, their high schoolers basically almost exclusively drove golf carts to school. And so if you do a Google for Peachtree City High School parking lot, you'll see the vast majority of vehicles in those parking lots as golf carts rather than automobiles. And that just freed up a lot of space in the parking lot as well.
I'd like to see how they deck those out.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, it was amazing when they let out of school. You'll see the video.
It's
so are we talking like 10? Or are you talking about
No, it was a school of 1,700 kids, and they said about 65% was golf carts, and they had them all lined up. And then just the way they formulated how they exited the school onto the trails into the sidewalk. I mean, even cars stopped, and it was just like directing traffic. It was pretty fast.
Inspiring.
I just keep thinking about how young people, soup up their trucks and their cars, and I was interested to know what they do with their golf carts. It'd be cool.
Right.
Bedazzled.
Yep.
Souped.
In areas where a golf cart, or in areas where the sidewalk segments are less than 12 feet and the adjacent roadway is 35 mile an hour under, we would parse out citizen, foot traffic versus, vehicular traffic onto each one, so just to continue that safety. So looking at certain policies and ordinances that would be recommended. Parking, I mentioned, you can have a 2-to-1 replacement for a regular 9x18 stall to a much smaller golf cart stall. That way you get a lot more parking and encourage environmentalism at the same time. Carts and NEVs would be encouraged to park close to buildings for not only safety, but from a retail perspective and a vibe perspective. We thought it was a great idea to have a navigable map via the city's app that would be for the trail network, for the vibe network, and then just kind of highlighting the vibes where you want to go to. The permits, so there would be a permit, and then council would set what the fee is and what is entailed in that permit for motorized vehicles. We would obviously stay in compliance or continue to promote compliance with the city noise ordinance anywhere, including the vibes, unless they were zoned appropriately for louder noise. Development agreements, that's just something that we would continue to move forward with for any development that's looking for larger trail-oriented development, keeping those vibe spots alive, so the council could look at certain incentives for higher and better use, highest and best use along the vibe, including architectural standards. So costs, always on people's minds. Again, 51 miles that are identified for this wider 12-foot wide construction. It's going to take some time to build, right? It doesn't all happen overnight. And we have also talked a lot about missing sidewalk connections. A lot of areas in the city, Kyle, that just don't have sidewalks. We've talked a lot about heaving, spalling, cracked sidewalks that need replaced. So if we move forward with this, it's the recommendation of the task force to hire basically a flat work crew, a construction crew, concrete, and give them a truck and basically set them loose on forming. We would try to get a batch or bulk price from one of our local concrete companies, and then set the crew loose to start building. It's estimated that would be about $500,000 per year for some time. Now, granted, once the trail network is built, it kind of shifts more to maintenance. We just don't know what those costs would be. Again, concrete is going to last decades longer than asphalt is going to. So in Peachtree City, where they used predominantly just asphalt, they were spending hundreds of thousands of dollars, more than $500,000 per year just in asphalt, replacing certain areas. And they strongly encouraged the city of Kyle to look at concrete if possible because it would last so much longer.
Have we looked at other paving possibilities as well?
We've looked at certain like rubberized type of trail surfacing and looked at the pros and cons. Most of that's more expensive. We've looked at LID. And then also from a recreational perspective, some of those surfaces catch on shoes, aren't very conducive to wheels, especially small wheels, because they break up more into little gravel sections, and then you can't use it for small wheels. So concrete seemed to be the preferred material.
Yeah, that was one of the things that they brought up, Councilman Rizzo, was they actually tried a certain amount of with what you're talking about, the rubberized surface, yeah. And they said through time with rain, and of course they get snow up there, it just started to deteriorate. And so when people were running, they were actually tripping and stuff like that because some of that stuff would come off, will peel off as well and get into also the underneath some of the golf carts. It would start damaging some of the wheels.
It's good that y'all brought back that information.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you.
The trips were honestly invaluable to bring back those best practices to answer questions just like that. Looking at costs, further, funding sources really is kind of all over the map. As we know, we've talked about developer-funded areas. So in addition to developer funds or in conjunction with those, you have general fund. Special districts would be a way to incentivize development to build portions of the vibe. Grants, we already have Texas Parks and Wildlife grant, state and federal's appropriation. Again, Texas Parks and Wildlife, federal would be something we would definitely move forward with. Bonds, we have $2 million from our citizens from last November for East Side Trails. We have a presentation to the POSAC tomorrow night to request additional funds to match that amount. And, basically we're looking for ways to build a trail. So, a lot of ways that we can go after funding here, and we'll explore all of them. Again, maintenance, concrete, is less maintenance, so that's why we would use that. We would replace those cracked panels as needed. We'd probably do very large 12-foot by 12-foot sections and then saw cut them. We would have our maintenance crew always out inspecting trail sections, so just to make sure everything was in compliance and working well, and no tripping hazards. And then as much as possible, where the vibe goes through vibes and HOAs and private property, we would encourage and try to work on agreements where those sections were maintained by the underlying property owner rather than the city. And then finally, we'll just end with the benefits. I think we all know the health benefits of Trail Network. There's also economic development benefits, as you can see in that first bullet. Health, safety, mobility, recreation, environmental. There's just so many benefits of creating a robust trail network. We've seen a push in our recreation plan for Trail Network. We've seen a push in our community household survey for trails. The Kyle Area Senior Zone is making a strong push for us to move forward with our trail network. So it seems like it's the time to do it. It's part of smart growth, smart planning. We believe that this vibe concept of trail-oriented development is a best practice for trail development. We're creating experiences, we're creating placemaking, we're creating a livable city, and ultimately quality of life. And with that, just thank you for listening. Thanks to the Trail Task Force, thanks to the council, and I'm happy to answer any questions as well as the Trail Task Force.
I think that's the most animated presentation that we've ever had here at City Hall with all the little bells and whistles. So I don't know who do we need to thank for that. You did that? Oh gosh, shouldn't have asked. Any questions or comments? Councilor Flores-Kell.
I love this whole idea. There's nothing about it that I don't like. And I will say we're going to get a little bit of resistance from some people, but I hope they understand and they can realize the value in what this is going to give us, not just for amenities, but also like taking the pressure off our major roadways. And as a mom of a daughter who's 12 and in 4 years she'll be driving, I would much rather her be in a golf cart than in a car. So that makes me really, really excited. But I do have two questions. I like the idea of grants, of course, and I was just wondering, when we apply for these grants, who's going to be writing them?
So the grant that we have already received is through the Texas Parks and Wildlife Department. We found a firm that had been very successful in the past with writing and receiving monies for these grants, and so we retained them for the grant purpose, and so that was an engineering firm. In the future, as we identify funds, let's say it's a federal appropriation, later on the agenda, you've got a federal lobbyist item, so we would have them write the grant. We do have a grant writing service, a grant writing firm that we have used for other grants in the city very successfully. And so typically when we know there's gonna be a lot of grant administration, we'll reach out to that firm. It's usually like a 3%, administrative fee for them to monitor, but it's served us well. But they're a lot more responsive. They have a lot of experience writing and following up with these grants, and so that's probably what we would do.
Okay, I really like that idea. What I don't want to see is our staff
Right.
get tasked with that because it is very time consuming.
I agree.
Also, Peachtree, I know we're leaning on using concrete. Does Peachtree have the same flooding issues that we do here in Kyle? I guess I'm kind of curious.
Is that someone from the task force want to jump onto that?
I don't think they had too much of a flooding issue as far as like we have here. I know like a lot of it was the overbrush because it rains a lot over there, and it was, like I said, the weather's it was real green. I mean, especially being in the summertime. But I don't think anything as far as that type of weather really affected their trails that much. I think it was just the trees itself and the overbrush that really was their main issue. Also, that they also designed the trails farther away from the trees because that was one of the issues they had on some of the trails, that some of the roots were growing underneath. I mean, they were too close, so that they had to be able to move some that way. But that was mainly the only issues they had as far as the trails itself and any kind of damage.
Okay, I just want to make sure that if we use concrete, that's not going to increase our flooding. So I didn't know if they had the same issues as we
I
did.
did ask that question to their city manager, and he said it did not with their asphalt trails. So same thing when you're talking about impervious coverage. He said it's so minor it didn't change their flooding patterns there.
Okay.
The other thing on flooding is clearly in a rain or flood event, people ultimately need to use common sense, right? Obviously, if the trail is closed, the trail is closed.
Any other questions, comments? Mayor Pro Tem.
Good job, Scott. You guys have put a lot of work into this. The task force has put in a fair amount of work, but not nearly as much as you and the staff. I do want to say the one area that I've seen where kind of goes unsung, the strength of your trail-oriented development plan has been in raising the standards of what the developers want to do in the city of Kyle. I've been in meetings where a developer comes in and they kind of want to do the same old thing on that parcel. It happens to be running through an area where the trail is proposed, and then Scott starts bringing up trail-oriented development, and they catch on to the vision, and they see it, and they get excited, and then their development starts to change, and it starts to change for the better. And so that, to me, is the massive strength of the trail system, not just the connectivity and vibes and all that, but that their willingness to bring about a vibe, to increase the level of quality of development that they want to bring to the city of Kyle. And so for that, I'm excited as well, because I think that is what has been missing a lot. We're not just going to get the same old thing. You are getting them to buy into the vision of the trail, which leads to the bigger vision and the gold standard that we're looking for Kyle. So good job, Scott.
Anyone else? I keep thinking about, ever since I've heard about this the first time, I keep thinking about the issue in Buda with, I can't remember the subdivision, and it's from back in 2016, so it's way back in the day, but they had a big, wide concrete trail that went over a flood area, over a creek, and straight into a school. It was a walking path, but people were using their golf carts to get their kids to school, and it caused such a ruckus that they ended up putting like a big like a
Bollard.
boulder or something to stop it. So it's definitely kind of a mentality. You can either take the approach that these trails are bad, or you can take the approach that they're an asset. And obviously, it sounds like some of y'all have gotten a sense of what happens when you truly embrace it. I still can't get over the idea of 1,000+ high school using 65% of their vehicles or golf carts. It's just kind of mind blowing. But I know the cities that I've been to that are really good at trail-oriented development, and it's profound. I mean, you can definitely, going from one amenity to the other, and then having scenic opportunities to stretch and get exercise, and then also, yeah, like you say, you're just anywhere you are in town, you always have the ability to get from one place to the other without having to get into a vehicle. That's pretty cool. So. I'm excited to see this start to take shape as well. Any other comments?
I have a real quick. I'll be real quick, real fast. When I went down there, I was like, okay, I'm gonna have my eyes wide open. I'm always somebody that's kind of skeptical on things, including golf carts. But just seeing the community itself on going from house to house or the trails, and then next thing you know, you go up a hill, and boom, you're right there at the park. Okay, and then you get back in the golf cart, you swing down again, you go through some more trails, another ravine, and next thing you know, boom, you're at the swim pool. And then you're at the senior citizens, and then you're at the high school. And then next thing you know, you're around the corner, you go and you see some beautiful scenery, and then boom, you're right there at the shopping center. And they have all the golf carts parked behind most of the businesses with the charging stations and everything. So it's like it's already ideally designed for that type of golf cart friendly environment. And so it was just pretty neat to see that. But my overall excitement is, again, finally we're going to be getting a hike and bike trail. Yeah. Living in Austin years ago, again, like I tell everybody, I used to run on the town lake all the time. And this was always something that I had always visioned, that one day Kyle's going to actually have some form of hike and bike trail system to where people that are moving here that I see all the time on Facebook, is there a trail, is there a running trail we can go to, or a biking trail? It's in the works, it's coming, and it's very exciting to get this going, and we're ready to break ground, start getting them shovels on the ground.
Anyone else? All right. Thanks, Scott.
Thank you.
Okay, up next, item 21. This item has been postponed from the last meeting. It will continue to be postponed, but it does have a public hearing. Paige, I got to keep the public hearing open, correct?
You would open the public hearing and recess it until a month.
Okay.
And the developer is here in the event they want to speak.
Okay. Since this item does have a public hearing, I will go ahead and open the public hearing for item 21. Anybody wishing to come forward to speak on this item may do so now. Seeing none, I will go ahead and recess this public hearing.
Mayor Pro Tem, I think there's.
I thought we had another speaker here, but I'd like to speak, please.
Oh, you'd like to get up? Yeah, absolutely. Please state your name for the record.
My name is Jason Arechiga from San Antonio, Texas. We had a presentation that we wanted to go over tonight. We understand that there will not be action taken today, but I wanted to go over that presentation in advance in case there's some questions, and we can get further guidance for a month from now.
Sounds good.
Okay. Jennifer, do you know if they got it on there? All right, there we are. Okay, thank you very much. Again, my name is Jason Arechiga with the NRP Group. This is our presentation on BB Road Apartments. It's obviously just a working name. Name will change as we move a little further on. As you see beneath that is a photo of 3700 Dacey, Kyle Dacey Apartments. That we built this in the past year, also with y'all's approval. Thank you very much for getting to that point. This is located not too far from this proposed development on Dacey Lane. We've toured a few council members, and we'd be happy to tour anyone else who would wish to view some of our amenities there. But that is a current photo. Next slide. Okay. A little bit about the NRP Group. We are a multi-tiered organization. We're fully vertically integrated, so we are developer, constructor, and manager, which means that we can work with y'all throughout every stage of the process, including management for the long term. One thing we had said when we built Dacey Apartments was that we were going to be managing it for years to come. So we're still managing it, and if there's any, we still will be managing it. So if there's any praise, issues, concerns, remarks, we're happy to address them as they come on. But we're also there with construction as well, which is something that's important because we've been working with Scott on what this development could look like. Also, with experience, we've developed over 70 projects across the state of Texas. That's over 20,000 units. And we have over 450 employees in Texas. That's what I wanted to point out, is that San Antonio is my home, so we're here, we're close, we're local. We're not an out-of-state developer, so if there's, again, any particular issue, I can be here in an hour, and so can the rest of our team. Y'all are familiar, I think, with the site location, but I wanted to go over it. This is actually in a regional node. It's right outside the super regional node. And part of our development and part of our proposal is to respond to that. We understand that we are going to be seeking more than likely a PUD rezoning, so please ignore the R33 zoning there. But the commercial, our particular parcel is in the center, and Pat here with Journeyman will be speaking to his parcel to the east. But the west is to remain commercial, and our intention is to activate that through what we are showing here in a site plan that wants to respond to Scott's excellent presentation that he just gave with the vibe area in the back. When we had originally presented this to Scott and to staff, it looked wildly different. I will say that. Down to 3-story product, a lot of different stuff. This is 4-story elevator served, an entirely different sort of product with the vibe on the back, including the golf cart and the golf cart running throughout. And that also includes commercial retail up the front, 5,000 to 6,000 square feet of additional commercial retail to help further activate that space. And if you notice throughout the actual development themselves, there's pass-throughs coming through it. This is not a gated community. We intend to have this activated with the commercial going to the west along 35. Because let me zoom in a little bit more to wanted to zoom into the community space or vibe space. I didn't know definitively what we were calling it, so I didn't label it that. Again, this is preliminary. We want to get y'all's feedback on this, but I wanted to show something of what we could do. I think the commercial spot can put a little bit more of the brick and mortar vibe space, that pubs and restaurants and everything, but we can still bring in the community. And if this would not just be open to our residents, this would be open to the citizens of Kyle. So they could come up the cart path, the 12-foot cart path, the outdoor games, live music venue, and the food court. And like I said, it's sort of that semi-permanent structure that we'd be able to host those meetings, and we would also be maintaining it as well. And to the right is just some sample photographs. Again, we would certainly invite y'all to come to see a similar project. We believe that this one is absolutely gorgeous, but we also believe that working with staff and Scott, as he said, gold-plated the next one. So we're really looking to up our game and move that on. And then lastly, just an example of something we developed in Austin off of Loyola. This is a sort of 4-story corridor-style product that we were envisioning. Granted, we also want to work with staff and with Journeyman as well as to what the exterior will look like. So you're looking at brick and dark colors. It could be stone and stucco and white, like lighter colors. Again, this is something that we're completely open to working with, but we just wanted to give a representative example of what we have built, and you have an example of the pool looking in the courtyard as well. Lastly, something that's one of my favorite things about our developments, because again, what we're trying to build here is housing options. And so something that I think is important with Journeyman is building market rate housing. We're building workforce housing, which was what Kyle Dacey was. And what workforce housing is, I will explain on the next slide of who we're targeting, but it's again about housing options and about bringing families and residents to the area to help activate that super regional and to the actual regional node, and activate the trail system too, because we'll be building it at our cost too. We're not looking for a dime from the city to be able to build our portion of the trail. So the amenities themselves within the development, the business center, health and fitness center, swimming pool, children's activity room, laundry facilities, children playground, those are for the residents, but the vibe space and the public space is for everyone of Kyle. And then the resident services itself, computer training, financial literacy programs, summer programs and field trips, and our Homework First program, which is something that I know Councilwoman Kale had seen, Tobias had seen as well. We sat in the in the community room. That's a really neat thing. That's something that we do. We're currently activating right now at Dacey, so I would be happy for y'all to come by and see it, but at no additional charge to the residents. We have a place where we watch the kids, where they can come back after school, get a healthy snack, because again, this is targeting working families, workforce housing. So a lot of the families work 5, 6, 7 o'clock. School gets out a little bit earlier. We'll provide a place for them, like I said, to get a snack and do that. And we have field trip programs over the summer. We'll pick them up and go to the state capitol. We didn't do it last year, unfortunately, due to COVID, but we'll go to the capitol and do mock legislative sessions and a lot of neat programs that the kids really enjoy. And it's not just about the kids either, as I said earlier. Financial literacy, first-time home buyer programs. We even have food pantry programs, whatever responds to what the residents need. So we develop the program to what they will need. And those are examples of what you're looking at there. Those aren't hypothetical examples. That's our swimming pool that we built, and that's a children's room before it gets destroyed with all the children's material and everything on the walls and everything. But that's what it looks like when it starts, and then all the arts and crafts fill it up over the years, so it's great. Lastly, one of the questions is, who are we targeting? As I had mentioned, the good folks at Journeyman, who are building just a wonderful product next to us, or proposed a wonderful product next to us, we want to talk about housing options here. Who are we targeting? Well, this development in general, if you consider it as a whole, we're building commercial, we're building rooftops, we're building residential services, we're building vibe services, and we ourselves, our workforce, is also building the retail, as you saw up front. Granted, not a whole lot of retail, but some along BB to help further activate that as well. And I want to go back just 1 second to talk about that. We have worked with various business incubation specialists in Austin to help bring further retail uses. In fact, on that Loyola deal that I had shown prior to, that had 2,500 square feet of retail, and we look like we're getting a deli and a barbershop in there, and locally owned, and just something to help activate and also serve the residents that will be living there, because that's important too, to kind of create like a synergistic need. But as to who we are serving, when I was going back to the actual slide at hand, we are targeting those who are making between 50 and 70% of area median income. You say, what does that mean? Area median income next year in this whole region, and the way the Housing and Urban Development views the region, goes all the way from Georgetown down to, frankly, San Marcos. The whole region next year is estimated to be $106,000 a year for a family of 4. Obviously, there's certain markets that are pushing it up, certain markets that are not. But what that allows us to do in targeting the 50 to 70% is target those salaries that you see to the right. So we would be targeting, when you hear developers come up and say we're targeting first responders, our rents are set for that. Our rents are set to be attainable because, as we know, some rents in Kyle now are approaching $2 a square foot. Not that there's anything wrong with that. There's certainly a demand for that. We need that. But we also need the workforce housing as well to help attract the jobs. And as the pandemic has shown us, a lot of working class heroes, cashiers, first responders, municipal salary, police officers, and teachers will be served for this area. And so that's ultimately who we're targeting. The one thing I haven't come up with yet, because we have a little bit of further time to discuss, and I know Mayor Pro Tem, you had discussed a potential development and pilot agreement. We are working on that right now with staff. Given this extra time, I think we can really come to a very solid presentation for next time, and also a final unit count. We are anticipating around 330 units, coupled with Journeyman's approximately 300. You're really looking at a good amount of rooftops to help improve both BB Road and to move and produce some excellent commercial and retail options that are also walkable from our residents to the retail to the west. I'll turn over to Pat right now, but I'm going to sit right here available for any questions. I don't know if you'll have questions you want from me immediately, but Scott, would you prefer Pat to go, and then I'll be available for questions right here.
Well, thank you, Jason. I don't know, your presentation is very nice, put mine to shame. My name is Patrick Reardon. I'm with the Journeyman Group in Austin, Texas. We are an Austin-based and Austin-created developer and contractor. Much like NRB Group, we are vertically integrated. We design, develop, we build ourselves, and we manage our own projects. We do a wide variety of projects over time. What I've brought for a presentation for you folks here tonight is just an overview of who we are and the kind of product that we've delivered in the Central Texas area. We are building pretty much exclusively right here in Central Texas, Williamson County, Travis County, Hays County. We have actually shrunk the size of our business over time in our areas we were statewide a few years ago, but we found this market has been too good to us, and we don't want to be too big of a firm. So we've closed some of our offices just to concentrate here in Central Texas, which we found to be good for us and good for our company health and our company culture. We're not strangers to Kyle. We developed, built, own, and operate the Philomena Assisted Living Center, which is on Philomena Drive, right across the highway over here. It's assisted living and memory care, about 86 units, licensed for about 100 beds total. We opened in the fall of 2019. We also have a sister community in Buda on Cabela Drives that we opened in February of 2020, and there's a third sister to the trio that's in South Austin. We opened in August of 2020. And we do own and operate those, and probably will for some time, since COVID's created kind of a detrimental situation to selling an elderly care product. So we have a portion of our company that's dedicated to that, and we've been successful here in Kyle. Is our most successful project, and we're happy to be here. So we are. The slide that's on the screen right now, our proposed name is Valencia. We don't know if that'll change or not, but that is a current project in Austin that is the Bridges of Granada, which is north central Austin. It is a garden-style apartment, 3-story apartments. They don't have elevators or walk-ups. It's surface parking. We do provide a lot of amenities. Our apartments are a Class A apartment. They have all the amenities expected in the sort of the amenities war we've all been involved with in apartment development. And we use high quality materials inside and out. Our projects are 100% masonry with true 3/4 stucco masonry and a lot of stone on the outside. We use clay tile roofs for the most part. Sometimes we substitute a concrete tile roof that gives the clay tile look. So it is, I think, the kind of project that would enhance living here, the look of living here in Kyle. We haven't spent any time yet on designing for the project. There have been so many other issues, moving parts and pieces on this particular piece of property. We are looking at the portion of this property on the east, which is a 16.18 acre portion of the property that's in the red. Which is about the size we normally look for this kind of a project. We think it's going to be around 300 units. We'd like it to be maybe 320 max. We might go to 280 to see how it fits and what we have to do to make it fit. But it'll be in the range of about 300. It's a combination of 1, 2, and 3 bedroom apartments. Their average size would be 800 square feet. It's a full market rate value apartment. We'd be looking at about $1.62 on average per foot, which would be about a $1,300 average overall for the apartments. This is another project of ours that we recently opened in the Austin area. It's actually just in the edge of Pflugerville. It is stucco and limestone clay tile roofs. It has sort of a Spanish look. It's pretty typical to the kind of apartments that we're currently developing. That is about a 320 unit complex with 15 buildings on 15 acres. It's all surface parking. We provide garages for our residents, a certain percentage of garages. We do a certain percentage of covered carports, which is important to folks to have their cars protected from the sun and other things they want to keep protected from the outside. This is another project in Austin, which is in north central Austin. Again, it's a garden style. This is the clubhouse entry to that project. It has a very Spanish look to it. I think it fits well into this part of the country. We are currently the largest apartment builder in Austin. We're based in Austin. We're very proud of that. We were in 2019, 2020. We may or may not be in 2021, but that's not really of a concern. For us here, we really want to build quality. We hear your concerns. We understood looking at this property that there'd be some improvements on Beebe Road required for our project alone, much less without Jason's project to make it function. We're willing and able to participate in improvements to the road, turn lanes, probably a deceleration lane, that kind of thing, expansions. We'd be more than willing to participate in our portions of that kind of work with the city of Kyle and with our developer partners. And certainly with the trail is being shown in the back, the Vibe Trail, we would certainly be willing to participate in not just the cost of that and maintenance of our portion, but the concept of that. So on this slide are just a couple more of our projects. The one on the top is South Park Meadows. You pass that on the right going north into Austin, right at Slaughter Lane. The pool for that project is shown below and some of the interiors of it. We are about 125 folks in our firm. We're based here in Austin. A lot of our folks are in the field or they're managing our projects. We've also, this one here is Estancia Villas. That one is just north of Buda in South Austin, on the west side of I-35 that we developed about five or six years ago. I guess we opened it 5 years ago. Again, we've got many examples in the brochure. We haven't done any design work yet. We are under contract for the 16.1 acres, but we haven't invested time and the effort at this point. Carrington Oaks, one of our earlier projects, that's in Buda. We've since sold that project. We no longer own it. There's also on the next slide, there's Silverado Crossing, also off Cabela's Drive. Belterra Springs, that's off 290. There's Silverado Crossing. Metal roofs in that project, a Buda project again. So we have about 5 projects under construction right now. We probably have in the neighborhood of about 21 or 22 projects somewhere in the pipeline through design or whatnot. A couple of these you'll see are more infill. They're 4-story, 5-story. They're in north central Austin with underground parking. So we do some work that is, we have done some projects that are HUD financed in more expensive areas to build like that. And of course, we hang on to those for quite some time to meet HUD regs and financing regulations for the most part. So we have a good, effective management team. We're proud of our projects. We're proud of our product. And we have pretty much total control start to finish about how they're designed, what kind of materials we use, and in the end, how they're maintained and how they're run. So that's really just the overview of who we are. and appreciate you allowing me this time to talk about it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Reardon. This item will be postponed until the first meeting in October, but if you have any questions for the applicants, Jason, how did you pronounce your last name?
My last name's pronounced Arachiga. Please call me Jason, though. Thank you.
Okay, Jason. All right. Any questions?
Just want to say I did tour the apartments, and thank you very much. They are very beautiful. Appreciate it.
Thank you for the presentation. Appreciate it.
Okay, if there are no questions, we will go ahead and postpone this item until the first meeting in October.
Mayor Pro Tem, I just want to make sure the public, you were going to recess the public hearing for 1 month, and that should be a motion and vote if one has not already been taken.
Okay. Motion to postpone the public hearing or to recess the public hearing until next month, first meeting in October.
A second.
I have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Coach, a second by Councilmember Tobias.
Discussion on the motion.
Discussion.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion passes 7-0. Item number 22, approve a contract with Uber Technologies, Inc. This item is Jerry's item, and I do believe this item will also be postponed until the next regular meeting.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Mayor Pro Tem, I think the last item was six of us.
Oh, that's right, 6-0. Thank you, Councilmember Ellison. No action taken on postponing item 23? 22. Okay. Item number 23, public hearing on the creation of Kyle 57 Public Improvement District. James R. Earp, Assistant City Manager, this is your item.
Mayor Pro Tem, Council, James Earp for the record, Assistant City Manager. I'm really just going to pass the next items off to Daniel McElrath, who is here with Milestone Development, to present to you all the backup material for the PID. This is one of the items that we've been discussing for a number of years generally for this project for Kyle 57, but they're going to show you tonight the betterments that the PID will be bringing, and they're going to be doing that via presentation that should be up on, well, it's already up on the screen. So I'm just going to go ahead and pass it unless y'all have any questions of me.
Yeah, I think we're going to have to take a slight break because we need a quorum up here. With the new rules back in state, we need to have at least 4 council members here on the podium. Sorry about that, James.
No, it's fine. Yeah.
I think we should have taken maybe a bathroom break before.
Is Scott going out there to find out where the mayor's at?
I think so.
All right. You know what, while we're here, let's just pause for a 5-minute recess. We will come back at 10:15.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
No, we just got
The order, I should
Second.
say. Yeah, we don't. There's been a request to change up the order to get the Parks Board items brought up first. So if that's all right, we're going to switch those up. So I'm going to take up, if there are no objections, agenda item number 30, second reading an ordinance of the City of Kyle, Texas, amending the Code of Ordinances, Section 2-40, definitions 2-43, term of appointments, qualifications, providing exceptions, providing an effective date. Mr. Sellers, this is your item. Anything to add?
no, this is second reading. Everything stands from the first reading, no changes.
Okay. Any questions, comments, motions?
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to approve. Sorry.
All right, sorry. So I just said one concern.
Well, hang on, we have a motion on the table, so it's a parliamentary procedure, we gotta.
I'd like to make a motion to approve agenda item number 30.
Second.
All right, it's moved by Councilman Rizzo, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Coach. Is there any further discussion? Councilman Flores-Kale.
Thank you. So my concern is actually with two agenda items that we have and then an email that we received regarding misunderstanding of what it is that we're doing. So on the agenda, it looks like we have some people that are up for renewal. And so my concern is whenever we redo for like a third term, are we just not allowing other people to apply and just taking the ones that we have and then reappointing them? Because that to me is a concern. And I think it's done twice in the agenda. In fact, at one point, they're using the same application from like 2017. So if nothing else, if these people are going to be reappointed, the least that we can do is to have them refill out the application. And then there was an email regarding the P&Z where there was a misunderstanding with city staff. So, and I wanna take a look at that because my concern is who sent it, who sent the email, and why and what the misunderstanding was. So I'm not sure if everybody else received it, but a resident had applied for a P&Z, and they received a reply, and it said, "Thank you for applying to the Planning and Zoning Commissioner internship. At this time, the posting is no longer available, and no positions are open on the Planning and Zoning Commission. During the last council meeting, it was approved by City Council to allow all expiring members who wish to be reappointed for a third term the ability to serve an additional 2-year term on the board. Due to this change in board term limits, we unfortunately no longer have an open seat. We appreciate your interest in our company and encourage you to apply with us as other positions that fit your unique qualifications become available." And then it just says HR department. So my first concern is, how did this miscommunication come about? And I guess we can only ask that if we know who sent the email. That also is not on this email as well.
Do you want me to answer that, or?
Well, the first part of the question is more based on council policy, so I can probably answer the first part. So, per our boards and commissions policy, there is a pathway for reappointment that allows for an existing commissioner of any board to be reappointed within the parameters that are set without having to go through the application process. And the thinking being, if there's a desire to reappoint, that we wouldn't open it up and have interviews, but rather that the chair of the board would be able to make a recommendation to the council to essentially to just extend the term for, another 2 years, for example. They're 2-year terms, correct? Still 2-year terms? So, that was very strategically done specifically for that issue. If there's an open seat, of course, there would be, a normal application process like we're familiar with and that is outlined. But anytime someone's being reappointed by policy currently, the chair can make that recommendation, and if they do that, then the seat is not posted as available and all that. It goes straight to council. Off that recommendation, we take a vote. If council chooses not to reappoint for some reason, then it would go back to an application process and would be opened up. So it's still at the discretion of council. It just gives us that ability. And if the person being reappointed is the chair, then that is, I think, at the direction of the mayor, according to the boards and commissions policy for reappointment. This isn't proposing to change that. What it's proposing to say is there's an additional term, so from 4 years maximum possible to 6 years. And I think the thinking has just been, or as stated, that there are folks that are terming out with just 4 years, and maybe half that 4 years it took, it oftentimes takes quite a while to get comfortable in a role and to learn about all the different features of a particular board and commission, what they're responsible for. And so the thinking was to allow for them to have 3 terms, just like council has 3 terms, even though their term is only 2 years and ours is 3. So up to 6 years as opposed to what is a council's typical 9 years before they term out. Of course, our reappointment process is still answered by the voters, so it's not apples to apples, and I understand that. But that's the policy at play. As far as your question on the P&Z, I can't speak to any of that. I don't know anything about that.
Okay, so to confirm, we are not having them reapply? They're going to just use all the same old information? I guess that's my concern, is making sure, I know on the application it talks about qualifications and other things, and so.
Well, their application is their performance on the board, not so much their resume or what they filled out when they were first appointed. But to be reappointed outside of the process you're speaking of would require a nomination, essentially, from the chair of that board.
So for people like me who have come on afterwards and I didn't get a chance to see or talk or like figure out the reappointment, how are we going to, how does that work?
I'm sorry, I don't.
Like if they don't have to have an application or they don't have to renew it, how are people like me who are new and have not had a chance to see the application or to talk to the person, because I don't know until it's time to vote. How do we go about that to make everything fair?
We changed the policy.
Okay. So now we'll go back.
At the end of the day, I agree with the mayor that what is being done is what has been done in the past and is consistent with the policy. I'm not saying that what you're saying isn't legitimate as well for new council members and things to the point you're making. But as everybody knows, that's why I think that one of the many reasons why the policy should be updated. But that is customary and consistent with it.
Thank you. And Scott, if you would like to reply regarding the email that was received, and maybe starting with the fact that these email replies are very generic in the sense that there's no other email, there's no name, there's no accountability.
Well, ultimately, it was a misunderstanding from staff, and I'm not going to single out any staff. Ultimately, I'm the head of staff, and so I'll take the blame for the misunderstanding. The application was done through our online system, so the response was a generic response, even though it was crafted by staff. It did come through the online response system, so again, a generic application process, a generic response. We did correct that issue. Understood that the applications for appointments to the Plan and Zoning Commission are set and governed by charter rather than the board and commission ordinance. So we did correct that, and we gave the applicant an opportunity to apply.
Okay, so moving forward, and when it says on the email responses, if it says HR department, should we stick your name underneath it so they know, so we know who it is that's replying to these emails?
Again, I'm not going to put a name.
I'm not asking for a name. I'm asking if you would like to use your name.
Sure.
Okay, and going back to your automated response, does the automated response usually say, during the last council meeting, it was approved by City Council to allow all expiring members who wish to be reappointed for a third term the ability to serve an additional 2-year term? Well, it says team on the board.
It did for any applicant for the plan and zoning vacancy.
Yeah, I'm not sure if what you read is accurate or not to what was written. Assuming it is, it's incorrect to say that you automatically qualify for an additional or will be automatically appointed. It sounded as in the email like a third term is guaranteed. It's no more guaranteed than a second term. So that's still subject to the reappointment process that we're currently under.
Well, except for some people were under the understanding that it was automatic. So that was my
Right, that's-
concern.
right,
And
but that's not-
let's be
I agree.
clear.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
That's a mistake in the email. It is not an
Well,
automatic
it's
thing.
not just a mistake in the fact that it's not an automatic, but it's also a mistake in the fact that P and Z has to be voted on, if that were to ever change. So specifically, P and Z being an issue, and then again, with it being automatic. So I just want to make sure.
I don't know how P and Z got brought up in this conversation. I didn't even know there
Well,
was
that's what
a
the
spot
application was
posted.
for. It was for
was a
P and Z.
mistake.
And the reply was for a P and Z application. And someone said, hey, this was a change at city council and during the meeting, which we can't do even if we wanted to.
Right, but do you understand that we're not appointing P and Z members tonight, nor
No, I agree, I
is
agree.
there a
Okay,
process
so
in place?
it was a process, and it had this process in this email. So if you're asking for a point of order, I guess my concern is, let's see, somebody had the misunderstanding that during the last council meeting, it was approved by city council to allow all expired members who wish to be reappointed a third term. So I just want to make sure that this doesn't happen in the future, because my concern is when we give this third term to people, that this could be a response that could go out, or this is the mentality of, yes, it's just going to be automatic. Because I've sat up here, and for the last almost a year, every reappointment that's come up here has never been questioned. It's all gone through. So although you tell me, no, it's not, that's not how it's going to, that may not be how it goes, that is exactly how it has gone. So I can only go off my past experience with anything that I have concerned about moving forward. So if people showed a genuine interest in reading the applications, talking to the applicants, and making sure that this is the best candidate, I mean, because the truth is, if we're just going to go off of what staff tells us, then we don't even need to approve them. If you're just going to go off of what staff says, then we can just have them put them on the boards.
Councilor Rizzo.
Yeah, I think the process still comes in. It still comes up to council. So as council members individually, we can still reach out to the board chairs and whatever department they're at. Say it's a library department, we could speak to Paul and see what the performance was. If it's under parks, we can reach out to Mariana and find out what the performance was like, how much time they gave to the appointment and how much time they gave to that appointment, and get a better understanding. So there's more that we can do as council members as well. So that way you can get some of your questions. I know it's frustrating because you're new, so it's a crazy process. I've gotten used to try to get used to it, but I still reach out as well. I think my concern was still on what topic you brought up was on the email that went out. You know, for some it could be that pursuance of trying to deter someone from applying. And, you know, we've got to make sure that when we put out information that it's done in the correct manner, it's done not to deter someone. I'm not saying that's what happened. I'm not going to speculate, but some people could have that could take it as trying to deter somebody from running for an office, seeking appointment in a commission. But just want to make sure that we clarify that and not let it happen again. And I think emails should have a name under them. You know, all of us. I think I'm guilty of it sometimes, forgetting to sign an email. So as long as we can get some clarity on that, that'd be great. Thank you, Scott, and thank you for owning up to that.
Yeah, you bet. It's an automated system, but we can put a name on it, and if council would like my name, that's fine. I will say that we did issue an apology directly to the applicant, and we did clarify the response.
Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Nay. Motion carries 6-1. Next up, agenda item number 31, consideration of the reappointment of Amanda Stark, seat 5 of the Parks and Recreation Board for a 2-year term to expire September 30th, 2023. Mariana.
All right, Mariana Espinosa, Parks and Recreation Director. This is for consideration of the reappointment of Amanda Stark to seat 5 of the Parks and Recreation Board for a 2-year term to expire September 30th, 2023. Amanda Stark is currently serving in her second term, in which she is currently the chair of the Park and Recreation Board. Amanda has done an excellent job in serving on the Parks Board. She is also a graduate of the Kyle Leadership Academy and the Citizen Police Academy. She has served for 3 years as chair of the Steeplechase Neighborhood Watch, and she's also volunteered at many city events. Amanda has submitted her updated resume, which has been updated along with updated questions to a portion of her application. Amanda is in attendance tonight if we have any questions for her, but it is with excitement to consider or to recommend to the council for consideration of Amanda Stark for reappointment.
Thank you, Mariana. Any comments or questions? Councilor Tobias.
Yes, how are you? Thanks for coming out. And again, shall I read the email? Ms. Amanda Stark, I'm very excited that you requested for an additional 2 years to serve. Again, your experience as chairperson on your Neighborhood Watch program, Kyle Leadership Academy, Kyle Police Academy, and the KCPA shows how deeply you're committed to our community. You bring value, expertise, and talent to the Parks Board in a time when our city is growing. And your efforts to be able to serve on this and give the opinions and also help out in these voluntary events, really, we appreciate that. So we need that. So again, thank you, Ms. Stark, for your contributions to our community and wanting to serve an additional 2 years from the 4 years that you've already done. So I appreciate that very much.
Thank you.
Mayor,
Councilman Rizzo.
I just want to say thank you for reapplying, and I did reach out to Mariana, and she had nothing but great things to say about you. I've seen you in the community. I've seen you volunteering. Thank you for wanting to serve this community, and thank you for the great job you're doing on the Parks Board and leading that as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other comments, questions? Councilor Florescap.
Hello, Miss Amanda Stark. I remember we ran together the same year. Yeah, it was exciting to say the least.
Definitely.
And I think you ran against Rizzo, right?
It was all three of us, yes.
Yeah, I
and
remember.
now we're really good friends.
I mean, I love that. You know what? I love that. And I hope when you hear me say things, I don't want you to take that personal, okay? Because it has nothing to do with you.
Not at all.
At all.
Thank you.
I felt like we had nothing but good things. I mean, at least the least we had is no bad things, right?
Agreed.
And so I just want to make sure that when we see people on these boards, they're just as passionate about it from the first day to the last day. And so I have been told that you are. And so the only question I have for you is what is it that you would like to accomplish in the next 2 years?
Over the last couple of years, the Parks Board has kind of gotten pushed away a little bit, and we would like to have a little bit more of a voice in a lot of what's going on with the programming, some of the trails, some of the changes in parks and beautifying the parks again. We had a lot of discussions and ideas, talks about ways to make some of our parks a little bit more beautiful, and a little bit more inclusive. Some of the ideas that were brought to us have kind of fallen away. And we, not just myself, but other members of the board have kind of felt that we are not being heard anymore and our considerations are not being heard. So in the next 2 years, I want to try to bring a little bit more of a voice from the Parks Board to the council.
I want that. I want you to be loud. Very loud, and I want you to be heard. Never ever be afraid to say what it is that, and I love your honesty. I love the fact that you can say, you know what, it's not exactly where we want to be. And I appreciate, and we know how it is to answer questions on a dime, and that stinks, let's be honest. But you did a really good job, and I appreciate your answer. And so I will gladly vote for you as long as you promise that you will be loud.
I can do that, thank you.
Councilor Rizzo.
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to approve Amanda Stark to another term.
Second.
It's been motioned by Councilor Rizzo, seconded by Councilor Tobias that we approve Amanda Stark for a third term. Is there any discussion on the motion?
Just real quick, I think maybe we discussed maybe next year that we may include other committees and boards to meet with council to kind of see what we're going to do for the year. So that could be something, Ms. Stark, that you could look forward to as the boards and the committees come together and we can kind of hear y'all's concerns, and maybe we can all get on the same page in that end.
Great,
I
thank
think
you.
Councilman Nelson had something.
Councilor Ellison.
Second.
You second what Michael said?
Well, yeah,
That's what you
it's
said.
on us. We need to
Right.
do a better job of meeting with our boards and commissions. I've said it before. I won't belabor the point. Thank you.
So my response on that comment, if you're interested, is to say that I also agree. I think that you might be surprised to know that the council is hungry for feedback from boards. So that may or may not be something that you believe to be true. But we have a 50-item agenda tonight that we're trying, so you see how each and every one of these agenda items takes up an enormous amount. So I actually agree exactly with what Councilmember Flores-Cale said about being loud, because that's what we need. And certainly, I think there is a desire for us, going back several years, when I was first elected as mayor, one of the things I wanted to do was have quarterly meetings with all of our different boards and commissions, and we had one, I think, with P&Z. And then I'm trying to remember if we actually were able to have a workshop with another one, but it's, Councilor Ellison is correct. It's on us. We haven't been as proactive to put those meetings on paper and get everybody here. It is a challenge, especially, going through budget. I could keep going on and on about why. It's hard for us to create those joint sessions. But one of the things that I think would be helpful is when there are items being taken up, to make sure that council hears what, how the Parks Board weighed in on any particular item, which we do hear from time to time. But one of the ways to get your voice heard more is to make sure that on these items that they're going through and actually getting, receiving, commentary from your board. And I think that's something that we need to do as well. So, as far as setting up the joint meetings, I think it wasn't too much long ago we were actually discussing having an extra meeting just because we need one, because of how dense this is, and I don't know if boards meetings could be incorporated into that. I'm ready to to look at my calendar and start dedicating time for that. It's just a matter of getting it all put together. So it's not for lack of wanting. It really is a function of capacity. Does the council have the capacity to meet as a body with all of our different boards and commissions? And at some point we're going to have to make that more of a priority, because it's not just the Parks Board that has that sentiment. I think we probably hear that from a lot of our boards and commissions, and it makes me sad when I hear it, because it's not in my heart for that to be the case. I don't think it's really in any of our hearts for that to be the case. It's just extremely challenging to do a good job at that. I feel like I was a little bit naive when I first started in terms of that capacity. So we can set up some Saturday meetings quarterly. That's really not what's on the agenda here, but I'm open to that. I really appreciate that feedback. So I appreciate you saying that. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed. Motion carries 7-0. Thank you, Ms. Stark. All right, next up, agenda item number 32, consideration of nominations for reappointments to the Library Board to fill expired terms. Mr. Paul Phelan.
Okay, good evening, Mayor, Council. For the record, I'm Paul Phelan, Director of Library Services. And before you tonight, we have 3 appointments that we would like, reappointments that we are asking the council to reappoint to the Library Board. Those 3 candidates are Morgan Harrell, Susan Reyna, and Gracie Rocha. 2 of those folks are going for their 2nd term. Gracie, it would be appointed for a 3rd term per the ordinance that you passed. These are at the recommendation of Jesse Ramirez, who is the Library Board. I concur with that recommendation. I think they're doing a fantastic job for us. And right now, the Library Board is in the process, and will be over the next 3 months, and it's a routine thing that we do. So talking about input that you will see from the board is every 5 years, in order to remain accredited, we do a 5-year library plan. And so it's time for us to do that now. And we've actually been working through that for the last few months. And that is one nice thing about the reappointments for us, because we're in the midst of this. And that plan will include, and that plan will come to this body to be looked through and ratified at some point, hopefully around December would be the goal for that. So certainly on our side, we feel like there's going to be a lot of input there, because one of the things we're doing is, rather than doing a standard boilerplate 5-year plan, we're actually going to build some measurables in there. And not just statistics, but when we look at different things, if we're trying to reach diverse communities, whatever it is we're trying to do, we want to build some measurables in there for things that we can control, that can advance the ball. And that way, at the end of each year, we can take a look at those various areas and see how we've done. So we're excited to do that. And and I do not have them here tonight. I apologize for that. But it was kind of the last couple of days that I started getting with them, and it was going to be kind of a late night. So I do apologize for that. And I'd be certainly answer any questions council may have.
Councilman Rizzo.
Paul, thank you for bringing these 3 applicants forward. Remember, the 2 going for the 2nd term are good applicants. Ms. Rocha going for a 3rd term. I can tell you a little bit about Ms. Rocha. I've served with her at St. Anthony's Catholic Church in different capacities. She is totally about serving her community. She's a great person, always has the community's best interest in mind, and is just a good, true public servant. And I know with COVID being a factor, a lot of stuff was put on hiatus, and I think that's why I'm kind of, supporting a 3rd term, because I feel like maybe some of their 2nd term was taken away from them. Mm-hmm. So being able to do this 3rd term is one of the reasons that I'm kind of excited to see what their full potential will be. Thank you, Paul.
Councilor Ellison.
Thank you. I concur with the comments that Paul made about these members. I've had the honor of attending last couple library board meetings, and this is a impressive group, very impressive group. Paul, you have a great group that you're working with. They are working on that long-term plan. They had a survey that they did with multiple questions, took over 5 minutes to do that survey, and I think they had around 800 participants in that survey, if I'm not mistaken, Paul. And that was largely...
I thought it was maybe just south of 8, might have been.
Just south of 8, yeah. So I'm giving them a little more credit. But yeah, so around just south of 800 responses to that survey, and that was largely due to their work on trying to get that word out and get people to participate in that. And there's a lot of great data in that survey that they were able to put together with Paul's help. And so very impressive, even more than we get in our city surveys. But that's really great feedback, and that's what that's the type of work that we want to see from our boards and commissions, really helping us to be surrogates out there to continue to tell what's going on and then get feedback to then make those recommendations that all these boards and committees are to us based on the work that they're doing. They're also citizens themselves and things like that. And so that certainly is how the process works. And I'm so happy that those 3 have decided to continue to volunteer their time for this board. And I think it's great because they have done a lot of heavy lifting for that long-term vision for the library. And, I can definitely understand the desire to continue to see those things through when you've started something. So I appreciate that. And we will certainly accept the apologies for them not being there. I will state that the current policy that I don't like does state that the candidates must be present, but certainly we can make an exception on those. But once again, I think this is not just this is on the council to continue to work with our boards and commissions. Doesn't have to be even Saturday meetings. I think it's a great idea to meet with them on the nights that they routinely meet. And I can see I can tell you all firsthand that it makes a big difference when they see us and when they hear us, and we have these conversations that engage with them and let them know what we're working on and let them know what we would, like their continued help with. Thank you. I would like to make a motion to approve all three candidates for reappointment to the library board.
Second.
It's been moved by Councilmember Ellison, seconded by Councilmember Rizzo, that we approve Morgan Harrell, Susan Reyna, and Gracie Rocha for a third term, for their reappointments to the library board. Is there any discussion on that motion? All those in favor say aye.
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 All opposed? Motion carries 7-0. All right, we're going to jump back up now. Agenda item number 23, public hearing on the creation of Cobb 57 Public Improvement District. This is just a public hearing item. Mr. Earp, is there anything you need to add before we open it?
No, Mayor. This was the item that I was introducing. We do have a presentation if that would be helpful for the public hearing. And Daniel McElrath with Milestone is here to deliver the presentation whenever council deems appropriate.
Well, we could do the public hearing after the presentation if that's what you want, or we can do the public hearing now. Does anybody have a preference? All right, I'm going to take it in order.
Mayor, just real quick, which item did we jump back to? What number?
23, Councilmember.
Thank you.
Yep. All right, so if there are no objections, I'm going to go ahead and open the public hearing. It is now open. Is there anyone who wishes to come forward and speak on this item? Seeing none, the public hearing is now closed. Next up, agenda item number 24, approve a resolution of the City of Kyle, Texas, authorizing and creating the Kyle 57 Public Improvement District within the City of Kyle, Texas, pursuant to Chapter 372 of the Texas Local Government Code, and providing an effective date. Mr. Earp, this is your item. Go ahead.
Mayor, Council, thank y'all for being here late tonight and giving me the opportunity to come up here and speak with you. Y'all have seen this project come before you previously, and the PUD for this project was approved back in March, I believe. And so this is just a follow-up to kind of move through the PID process that we've previously been discussing. So I'm going to work to get through this as quickly as possible for everybody's benefit. And y'all just stop me when you have questions and let me know, and we can address them as we work through. We're calling this project, we call it Kyle 57 here, we're going to call it Sage Hollow is the name of the community that we've come up with. We'll walk through overview of what's going on. Here you can see kind of an overall plan. The one thing that I'd like to touch on here is that if you see these lights, these are all actually solar powered lights. So we're trying to incorporate where we can as much kind of green and eco-friendly
They look dark
features.
sky compliant as well.
Do what's that?
They look dark sky compliant.
They are
as well.
dark sky compliant as well. Yes, sir.
Do you know, sorry, real quick, do you know the life of these lights, the span?
I do not know that off the top of my head. These are things that will be maintained by the HOA. They aren't going to be like PEC lights like they would typically be if we were to connect to the PEC grid for electricity for these lights. So these will be HOA maintained lights.
All right, thank you.
Brief home elevations, y'all have seen some of these before. What you see here are a sample of our alley-loaded 40-foot plans, which are the ones that obviously don't have any garage. And then the garage ones are just going to be on the 60-foot lots, and those will all be, compliant with the residential design guidelines. Moving on, I know, from previous discussions that we've had that the bearing of the telecoms along 150 was a major item that was important to the council and to the city. And so we've gone out and done some preliminary communication with the providers and have located all the providers out in front of our property. So what you can see here is that AT&T and Verizon are both currently underground with their fiber in the TxDOT right away. And then we have Frontier, FiberLight, Zayo that are in front of the property. Frontier kind of crosses and moves across. The current estimate that we have for this right now is around $1 million between what it would cost to pull the utilities and the cost for the utilities to do their work that we would have to, kind of offset that cost, and the civil side to provide the conduit for them to pull through. And what we've committed to is $100,000 towards that from Milestone, from the developer, plus facilitating the use of the city's city PID improvements that come out of the PID towards going back towards that project, which is about $400,000 that the city will be getting as tribute out of the PID that can be used that we can use as a fungible expense to go back towards bearing these utilities. So now we get into more the kind of community design. So this is some preliminary entry monumentation that you can see here. We've, again, we're using very high quality materials with the Corten steel, board form concrete, and then trying to create this kind of magical experience as you enter the project with the twinkle lights kind of coming through the sign. And then, obviously the sign will be well lit from the front as well. We're also trying to see, you can see on the kind of bottom right here, we're building up that berm, and we have the tree plantings around the pump station so that we can block that, the water pump station that's currently on the site for the community and for the City of Kyle residents that are driving down 150. Additionally, on 150, we'll have a masonry wall that's going in all along 150 and landscaping to beautify that sign. And we've got about $75,000 between the two entrances just on the monumentation in the budget, and then another considerable amount of money going in towards the actual landscape plantings. Coming in additionally, we're putting in a $1 million amenity center here. So typically a community of this size does not get a pool and kind of primary amenity for 200 lots. But we're bringing that in here, which is something that is directly facilitated because of the PID. And you can see in the top left is an example of what that amenity center will look like. Very similar design to the structures with the tongue and groove ceiling and the steel supports and the limestone construction. We also have great community building areas with the lawn and the cornhole. And then we had originally decided it had more of the amenity site taking up, let's see if I can use this, more of the amenity site kind of coming in this area. But we wanted to push more of this lawn out into the public space that all of the residents of the City of Kyle can benefit from, the improvements that the PID is facilitating here. Next slide. These are just a couple of different playground structures that we're exploring for the public playground, but they're very, kind of active play. I know I've got a 3-year-old, and we've got a playground like this near my house, and he absolutely loves running around on this. He could do it for hours. Here's a shot of kind of this linear park. So the main entry will come in right here, and then you've got this long linear park after you go around that traffic circle. So we're preserving all of these existing oak mottes and really focusing our parks and trails around that. But we're creating just a great gathering space. This is all publicly dedicated again, and we're kind of pulling back, as you can see down on the bottom. We're going to incorporate that twinkle light image that you have idea in the entry, and run twinkle lights through the trees, have lounge areas, have fire pit and grills, and create a sense of community and a real place that both the residents and Kyle citizens at large can gather. And then we have the dog park, which again is another publicly dedicated, privately maintained benefit of the community, where we'll have shade areas and a lawn, pet fountains, and that will all be fenced in. What does not show real well on here is the trail system, so I'll go back because I did not touch on that, but we have an extensive trail system through the project that runs all the length of the linear park here, runs down both of these sides and connects back into Sixth Creek, runs and pushes out here, and then comes in from the top. And so, I might get back to the end. There we go. You can see we've got 3,000 feet of 8-foot concrete trails, 1,700 feet of 6 feet, and 1,700 feet of 4 feet concrete trails, not including all the sidewalks that are there in front of the homes as well. 6 acres of publicly dedicated, privately maintained parkland, which is more than double the requirements of the city code for a community of this size. Numerous kind of open space improvements and community improvements with the Oakmont preservation, impressive entry monumentation, and a private amenity pool that would otherwise not be possible without this funding, and then the burying of the telecom lines along F150, which is all told we'd be able to put about $500,000 towards that, between the $100,000 from us and then the $400,000 roughly in fungible expenses that we could apply the city's pit improvements to. And that is all I have. Do you have questions for me?
Thank you for that. Does anybody have any questions for the applicant? Councilor Rizzo.
Just a comment, I like your renderings. I like the design. I think it's going to be a great place for someone that moves in there for their family. A lot of family amenities, and I like what you've created here. Great vision.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Motions?
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to approve agenda item number 23.
24?
I'm sorry, 24. My bad.
It's moved by Councilman Rizzo, seconded by Councilmember Flores Kelly. We approve agenda item number 24. Is there any discussion on that motion? All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Good up.
Motion carries 7-0. All right.
Thank
you very much. Appreciate that. All right. Item 25 and 26 are both.
Did y'all close that public hearing?
Yeah, I did.
Yes, he did.
I did.
Yeah, okay, you're good.
25 and 26 are both sort of.
These are both legal items, though. So.
Yeah, they're cleanup items. So is there any objection to me bringing them up together? All right, I'm going to, next up is agenda item number 25 and number 26. Approve a deposit agreement with Kyle Mortgage Investors regarding proposed Kyle 57 Public Improvement District, and approve an agreement with Kyle Mortgage Investors regarding the dissolution of Kyle 57 Public Improvement District. Mr. Earp, can you explain the dissolution part in particular?
Well, actually, it's probably better for Paige to do this one.
Okay.
We typically suggest a dissolution agreement that provides for the PID to be dissolved if certain events don't happen by date certain, specifically assessments being levied or a bond being issued, and that's because only the property owner can request a PID be dissolved. So if the PID doesn't achieve its purpose, then we get the landowner's consent up front that the PID be dissolved if it's not active within a certain period of time. This one is a year. This one will have to levy assessments or issue bonds within a year, or it will be dissolved. Or it
Yeah,
can
sure.
be
I
dissolved.
wish we'd done that with Pecan Woods. I just keep thinking like, wow, there's a lesson learned.
Yeah,
So,
for sure it is, and it's a smart move, and it
Very
should just
smart
be
move.
standard procedure from now on.
all right, I'd like to make a motion to approve agenda item number 25 and number 26.
Second.
Moved by the mayor, seconded by Councilmember Tobias. Is there any discussion on that motion?
Can't find your-
So I guess I'm hearing that within a year you're ready to go if there's a dissolution. So it's go time now.
We're ready to start construction on October 4th when we tried to start construction at the beginning of October.
All right. Well, best of luck to you. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Motion carries 7-0. All right, next up, agenda item number 27, approve a proposal from BGK Architects in an amount not to exceed $215,000 for professional services for downtown master planning and citywide design standards. This is Mr. Seller's item.
Mayor, Council, Scott Sellers for the record. Yes, my name is on here, but again, goes back to some of the great work that the task force had done from the architectural, it was called the Architectural Task Force, but this was also from the same trip to Carmel, Indiana. Not only was the trails looked at and studied for best practices, but the community as a whole. A lot of great takeaways from that community as one to emulate in many facets. Part of the growth and development of that city, and really more from a redevelopment standpoint, was many years ago that city took a very proactive approach to the architectural design standards of its downtown. They were very deliberate in what they wanted to see, retained an architect to create master plans for the growth and development, really kind of a certain area, but those design guidelines just kind of permeated throughout the community. And so the Architect Task Force came back really excited, and we interviewed multiple firms, multiple architectural firms, to look at doing something very similar, to basically retain a firm that could create something unique to Kyle. Again, I go back to the branding. What is the Kyle brand? What is it from a physically built environment? What is it from an architectural standpoint? And up to this point, working with developers, it's just been, encouraging higher, better and best type of development, but without really having a standard. Now, several years ago, we worked with council to create the style guide, and that was really the first big foray into attempting to elevate the standard to the city. Now, originally came out, Mayor, you'll remember this, through a development agreement with Pecan Woods, and then we kind of expanded and expanded. Well, that was many years ago now, and the time has come to really look at elevating that style guide and creating a set of architectural standards that would start kind of in this downtown core area, but then create certain authentic, unique Kyle elements that permeate through the community and hopefully match or mesh into other developments throughout the city. So with that, again, there were multiple firms interviewed. The Architectural Task Force is recommending the BGK firm, and a couple of representatives are here tonight in case you have questions. But there are two parts to this item tonight. So the first one is the master plan, and you'll see in your packet, we're really kind of focusing in on what the look and feel of downtown looks like, the core of Kyle. Council was very clear and has been over the past several years with different open houses, inviting downtown businesses, residents to provide feedback. At the same time, working on other developments in the city, trying not to ignore this core area of the city. So with that, you have a proposal of $155,000 to develop this downtown Kyle master plan. And then part two goes back to the Kyle design standards. So again, it kind of starts with the local look, here in the core of the city, and then permeates through all the development areas. The creation of design guidelines, as you'll see in the deliverables, has workshops with council, workshops, public, bringing the public for feedback. And ultimately, there are certain unique elements that they're already starting to look at. It was interesting in the interview process that the firm, how seriously they took the interview process. They went around the whole city and took pictures of different elements that they thought were kind of unique to Kyle, pictures and visuals that they could then weave into this design standards. Recommended certain unique features like a Kyle cut, a certain type of cut in a stone, a certain pattern, like I mentioned earlier, the herringbone pattern. So they're thinking very creatively already, and that was kind of the push from the Architect Task Force: create something that is unique to Kyle, something that will be timely and timeless, that we can then start encouraging the development community as they do their plans, their architectural plans, that they will use these style guides, these design standards into their own developments. And as we've already talked about, the vibe developments in particular. So with that, Part 2 design standards is listed for $60,000, so a total of $215,000 for your approval. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions, and again, happy to introduce the gentleman from BGK.
Thank you, Scott. Does anybody have any questions for Mr. Sellers? Councilmember Flores-Kale.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to confirm that what we're doing is we're going to obtain information from the residents on how they would like to see it. And then from there, we're going to have BGK help us develop an idea. What I don't want to do is just have BGK develop an idea for us. You know, I want to make sure whatever it is we decide to do, we include the residents and we include staff and you know, get as much input as possible from everybody.
Thank you. I'm Todd Kaiser with BGK, Mayor, Council. Yes, by all means, it's part of what we do in all of our master plans is varying levels of engagement with the user group or the city, if you will. So absolutely.
Would you mind explaining like one or two ways that you guys do that? I know they mentioned the open house, but what are other ideas that you guys have?
Depending on the circumstance, it can be something out in the city where we have an event, like an open house. It could also be online, where we have surveys for a number of things. So we've done them multiple ways. It really depends on what works best for you guys, what you agree with. And, you know, during the pandemic, it might lend itself more towards something online, but we could look at it different ways.
Okay, thank you. That's it.
Any other questions? Councilor Rizzo.
Yeah, I guess my question is, Scott, so one of the things, some of the feedback I've gotten from some of the residents is that that we're copying somewhere else, but that's not exactly what we're doing. We're actually creating something that's unique for Kyle, something that is Kyle. So we're going to look at its history. We're going to look at the architecture. We're going to look at the history of Kyle as a whole and come up with something that is unique to Kyle and as Kyle could call its own. We're not trying to copy any other city. We're not trying to incorporate something else. We've just decided to pursue an avenue that brings out the history and beautifies our historic downtown.
Yeah, if we're guilty of copying anything, it's copying a best practice. And, you know, we'll copy those all day long. And really what Carmel had done in finding their own architectural firm to kind of survive through multiple years of development to make sure that that development pattern was harmonized was really, I think, very innovative. And I know that the task force felt that same way. So the style or the design guideline will not look like Carmel's or another community. What you said, the goal for these companies as they came in and interviewed was to impress. It was to wow, but it was to do it in the sense of like consider Kyle and consider its history, consider everything about this community, how it's built up at this point, and weave that into some harmonious set of guidelines that can be integrated through development to come. So it's definitely respecting the past while embracing the future.
Thank you, Scott.
Any other questions, comments? This item will require a two-part motion. One to approve, should that motion be made, and then second, a direction to staff to bring back a budget amendment. I believe the intention is to bring back a budget amendment from the land acquisition fund for downtown.
Yes, sir.
That's my challenge with this item, if I can be frank. So, any other questions, comments, motions?
Mayor, I'd like to go ahead and make a motion to approve the proposal for Barnes PK Architects for the amount not to exceed 2,515, yeah, 2015 for the professional services for downtown master planning and citywide design.
Second.
It's a motion by Councilmember Tobias to approve agenda item number 27, seconded by Councilmember Rizzo. Is there a discussion on the motion? Do you want to amend to give the direction to staff to bring back the budget amendment?
Yes, go ahead and amend it to bring it back to staff, sorry.
All right, it's motion seconded.
Sorry, it's late.
To approve $215,000 for professional services and to direct staff to bring back a budget amendment corresponding to that amount from the Land Development Downtown Fund.
Yes, sir.
Any discussion on that motion? All those in favor say aye.
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 All opposed? Nay. Motion carries 6-1. All right, next up, agenda item number 28, engage Honeywell on a Smart Cities initiative in an amount not to exceed $25,000. Councilor Rizzo.
Yeah, this bringing this item forward with the presenter, George, and our city manager, Scott Sellers. And I just want the council to keep something in mind is that, you know, when we think about the Kyle core values, we keep thinking about leading edge. Sorry, Scott. You ready? Okay.
He's just checking
We keep
to make sure he's
thinking.
online.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah.
We talking about leading edge, gold standard. When we're talking about smart cities, we have an opportunity to be the leading edge standard here, gold standard here in Central Texas. So something we, as council members, can keep an open mind. And when we're listening to the presentation, please.
I apologize, I'm a little delayed on getting into Ring Central. Is there someone from Honeywell who is online?
Yes, there is. George is online.
Perfect. George, if you want to introduce yourself and walk through the presentation, it'd be great.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Council. Thank you for having me tonight. As a former elected council member, I have to say I have real respect for how ambitious your agendas are. So thank you for having me and listening to this proposal. Scott, I am waiting for visual, but if you have visual, I will go ahead and.
We do not. Give me 1 sec here.
Certainly.
Is it queued up?
Who's doing the screen share, George or staff?
I can do screen share.
Go for it, George.
Would like. Okay, let's give it a try. Let's see which one this is. There we go. Share. Tell me if you.
We see it, George, if you want to throw it into presentation mode.
Okay. There we go. Just trying to, there we go. You have visual?
Yes, sir.
Okay, we will proceed. The objective really is we are proposing that we support the development and implementation of a smart city strategic plan for a few reasons, really to guide. I've heard some fantastic strategies tonight throughout the agenda, and you've got a lot of great things happening in your city. You've got a real tailwind in terms of growth, which will also present some challenges if they're not addressed up front. But really, we want to guide your strategic planning and future investment, and in particular, we want to help you get in front of the infrastructure bill funding. We believe we can tell a very compelling and cohesive story that will resonate with multiple federal agencies to accelerate your vision. So that's really what our proposal is. I'll go very quickly through this to save time for questions. Honeywell is a global smart cities leader. If we look on the left-hand side of this slide, we're a $37 billion global innovator. We have deployed more than 75 smart city projects around the world. In North America, smart cities have, for the last 10 years, 12 years, have really been a lot of pilot projects and point solutions, whereas outside the US, they've been entire cityscapes built from the ground up. Now, we're not going to build any greenfield cities in North America, but what we have learned from cities like what I call New Cairo on the right. It's being built in Egypt, 8 million citizens, 4 million visitors, 275 square miles, is that when you integrate these departments, you can really achieve really impressive levels of efficiency, service innovation, and citizen service levels. And so we have developed the smartest city in the world. We've done it 75 times. And on the left, you can see down at the bottom corner, our solution portfolio is really around public safety, energy solutions, and mobility. And the bullet that says developing unique energy equity and community resiliency solutions, I'm not at liberty to say with any definitiveness right now. We are in discussions with the Department of Energy on a multi-$100 million loan guarantee that would have us deploy very innovative resiliency and energy equity solutions in a dozen or more cities around the country. And that would essentially mean $25 to $50 million investments in these cities. So we are really pushing the envelope of energy innovation in America, and in particular through our smart cities business. I'll go to the next slide. I was hired, while we've been doing smart cities for 10 years outside the US, I was hired in June as the first North American resource, and we're rapidly scaling our North American business. I have been in this space 15 years. As I said, I've served as an elected official. I've led Panasonic and Schneider Electric Smart Cities team in addition to Honeywell's. I've led Lockheed Martin's Smart Cities team. I've served on the City of San Jose's Smart City Advisory Board. I've written a book on smart cities. I'm very passionate about this space, and I'm very passionate about making cities more efficient and more sustainable and more resilient to climate change, quite honestly. So I bring a lot to this, and I understand that smart water meters aren't the city's highest priority. We will put that project into broader strategic context and apply for grant funding as just one of many projects that are really designed to, as Councilman Rizzo said, put Kyle at the leading edge. And I'm very confident we can do that. I've done it in Denver. I've done it in Colorado Springs. I've done it with several utilities. We'll move on. So what we're recommending is that we lead the development of a lightweight process. I think we've got about 3 or 4 months to really get in front of this infrastructure bill funding. I think you want to be at the front of the line, and I think you want to have the best story possible. I'm very confident we can do both. And really, it's all about just improving the quality of life. Touched on this. We really want to have several shovel-ready projects. And, I've charged $250,000 to $500,000 for this level of planning effort in the past. In full transparency, as I said, Honeywell is entering the North American market, and we're looking for a very short number of cities that are willing to partner with us and lead the evolution of our platform, and we co-invest deeply with them. I'm also in discussions with Pertinala's CEO, not about Kyle per se, wouldn't do that without Kyle, but it's really about helping Pertinala show up to their city customers in a different way, really around resiliency. I think you've had this slide set, so I don't need to really walk through it. I believe there are a multitude of benefits for both creating your smart city strategic plan to guide all of your many plans, but really to team with a global leader like Honeywell, right? We are going to accelerate your vision. We know how to make that vision come to life, quite honestly. If we go forward, we would want to execute an LOI, which is outlined here, and then move to contract. We want to move very quickly. We believe we could have the first round of planning workshops in early October. And I just want to stress the importance of getting in front of that infrastructure bill funding, get at the front of the line with the best possible story. With that, I will stop for questions. That was, I know it's a long night for everyone.
Thank you, George. Appreciate the brevity there. Any questions or comments? Motion to approve?
Yes, I have a question.
Hang on,
is
Councilmember
there-
Ellison, sorry, we have a motion on the table. Is there a second?
Second.
Moved by the mayor, seconded by Councilmember Rizzo. Is there discussion on the motion? Councilmember Ellison.
Yes, so is this a service that is provided by other companies? And if so, did we put this out for other companies to have an opportunity to bid and offer a competitive price as well?
Are you asking me or city manager?
I'm asking the city staff.
Mayor, Council, City Manager, Scott Sellers for the record. Yeah, there are multiple companies that will do smart cities initiatives. In fact, we belong to the Cedar Consortium that has offered a similar scope for about twice the price, 3 times the price. We could go out to bid if the council would like to. This would be considered a professional services agreement where we wouldn't need to go out to bid for it. So one thing that Honeywell has offered in this price, and just to reiterate what George was talking about, is if the city of Kyle moves forward into a product platform, et cetera, that is offered by Honeywell, for example, the AMI program, then this dollar amount would be applied as credit toward the acquisition of that product. So
100% credit.
Did I answer your question, Councilmember?
And if we went with a different company, then obviously that wouldn't go towards that. So what was the reason that Honeywell was picked for this particular service, professional service?
Well, Honeywell reached out to us and then came back with a proposal of helping us use their federal lobbyists to try to attain some of the funding that we're needing for our smart city initiatives. One of the things that I really intrigued me, George touched on a little bit, is having a story before we get ready to even go before seeking any federal dollars. Having a story of what we're looking at Kyle going, if you go to these federal lobbyists and just say you need money for something, they're going to look at it and just probably say, okay, that's just another city asking. But if you have a story in front of them on what your vision is, you're probably more than likely to get those dollars. So Honeywell came up and is going to help us work on that story to go forward and use their lobbyists to help us get the funding that we're needing for our smart city initiative.
Certainly. So for staff, Mr. Sellers, so Honeywell approached staff about this?
Yes, sir.
Councilmember Tobias.
Okay, so what we're asking is, we're asking Honeywell to go to the lobbyists and work with the lobbyists to get the funds? Is that what we're asking?
They have their own lobbyists, Mike.
So it'd be separate from what, I guess, what number 29, agenda item number 29 is going to be doing?
That's correct.
The scope of our proposal would be to facilitate the creation of a smart city strategic plan that would lead to several shovel-ready projects that we would then support your federal grant applications for. We will help you go get that money from all sorts of federal sources and utility and from Pedernales.
Is that in the form of writing the grant as well?
We will support the writing of the grant. We won't write your grants. We don't think that's in scope, but we will definitely support it actively.
Can you explain what that looks like? What supporting the grant looks like?
Not right now, no, not honestly.
Well, that answer, it's tough to take right now. I think that's part of what we're trying to learn here, because if you came to staff and asked staff come to council to look at this and obviously get financial support from us, because Honeywell has come to us, I guess I'll say us, multiple times. I know Councilmember Rizzo has been actively appealing for Honeywell, just trying to get an understanding of what we're spending money on. And if you say that an active support of something and you can't describe what that would be, that's you're asking us to blindly spend money on something that we don't understand really what that support and what those actions would look like.
If I may, I'd like to clarify that what we are proposing is that we facilitate the creation and implementation of a smart city strategic plan. Embedded in that plan will be several shovel-ready projects that can be that will then be submitted for federal funding and utility funding from Pertinalis. Now, how many of those shovel-ready projects? I would have to guess between half a dozen and a dozen, but we haven't had that workshop. We haven't done that strategic planning with the stakeholders in Kyle. So that's hard for me to say exactly. And the scope of grant writing support, we will support, but we can't be the lead applicant for the grant application, right? We can help, and we will actively help because this is important to our business, and we want to support the city of Kyle.
Yes,
but we
certainly.
Won't write the grant.
Certainly, and that's understandable. But I think to the point of the question of my colleague was, what does that look like? And your description and your response was that you can't describe what that would be, of what that support looks like. Giving an example of that, or examples of that in other communities.
It's writing support.
Excuse me, sir. Just a moment.
Thank you, sir.
Let me finish.
Thank you.
So I think that is what we're trying to get at, is if you could give us some kind of insight of what that looks like, of what support looks like. I get you're not going to write the grant. That's understood. And I understand the point on why you wouldn't write the grant. But what does support look like otherwise throughout this process?
Okay, I will follow up with the city manager, and I will tell you all that it involves strategic advice, it involves editing, and it involves lobbying your representatives and various federal agencies to secure the grants that we help you submit. I would describe it as active support across that spectrum. It's just hard for me to be more specific.
Editing the grant, and but you're presenting and you're asking us for funds. So, but editing the grants that we submit and then lobbying on the city's behalf for those for federal dollars.
Yes, sir, and providing the strategic guidance along both the development of your strategic plan and the crafting of each specific grant application. Yes, sir.
So guidance, I'm sorry. I'm really just trying to nail this down here. So guidance of that strategic plan, but not writing of the grants, editing of those grants, and then lobbying on behalf for those grant applications.
Correct.
How nuanced would your approach be in helping consult and guide those strategic plans?
I guess I would put it this way, Councilman. We're a $37 billion global company, and smart cities is one of our strategic initiatives. And I'm tasked with finding 2 or 3 cities across North America that want to team with us, and we will co-invest deeply in those cities. And I can't see in great detail what that exactly looks like, but for the proposal we are offering of $25,000 that is fully credited to any project for the creation of a smart city strategic plan that in my previous role I charged $250,000 or more for, right? We will invest in those first cities that help us launch our business in North America. And we're a very serious and formidable company that we want to help your, everything I heard tonight, all of these great plans, we can accelerate them and help bring them to fruition.
So like the transportation master plan?
Everything gets tied together. There is no smart city thing. Everything you do is now smart city. Everything you do, every fee, every permit, every new home, every process, everything your city does is either smarter or it's not. And how can it tie together? How can you use data strategically? How can you capture a disproportionate amount of federal funding for energy equity to help the more economically vulnerable in your community? We're at the leading edge of that in the country. How can you tap Pertinalis to invest in your energy infrastructure in a way that they haven't yet? This is really the support we want to give the city. And I understand the water meters have been kicking around for a while, and I joined in June, and I have turned a tactical issue into a strategic opportunity, both for Honeywell and for the city.
Mayor, it just seems like agenda item 27, 28, 29 all tie in together. I mean, we're asking for consultant services on, sounds like the same thing in a way, but just in different areas of the city. Am I reading it wrong?
Say the numbers again.
27, 28, 29, I mean, we just approved the proposal for the architect and the downtown master plan, and then now we have this one, and then of course the next item on number 29. Is it, I guess, am I reading it wrong? Are we all in the same thing here? We're trying to tie in consulting services for the same thing for our city.
Mayor, if I can jump in, maybe I can help clarify. We are guided in large part as staff by our planning processes, you know, and we have multiple plans. And, you know, one thing that I kind of, you know, look at Kyle as turning a corner several years ago when it really started investing in robust planning. It's basically roadmaps for staff. So, but the plan is only as good as it's created and it's worked, right? And so, you know, for example, on 27, it's to create a plan for downtown and design guidelines that we will continue to follow once the plan is created. This item, so should council move forward with it, is to develop this plan. The way I was looking at it, and still look at it with hopefully some clarification here, is that this is very similar to like designing a road. You know, we have to you know, go with an engineer, develop the plan for the road, but before we can fund it, we have to have the design, we have to have the plan. And some of the roads are just too ambitious for us to be able to fund out of the general fund. We've got to go out and get federal or state monies to help pay for the road. That's really what more of these smart city initiatives are going to be. I think most of the items, most of the projects that are identified are going to be the larger items. There's going to be a lot of smaller items in this plan that we can just plug in and start moving forward directly. But this will give a half a dozen to a dozen, according to George, large items that we can basically go and find the funds to implement that otherwise we would not be able to. One example that I shared earlier is the smart light posts. To be able to fund smart light posts for the trail system, I think is going to be a very heavy lift if we just try to do it ourselves. But there are federal dollars available right now for these smart city initiatives for broadband and for smart lighting that we could go and ask number 29, the federal lobbyist, to then, you know, be our advocate. Now, when I get to 29 here, part of the Aiken-Gump strategy is to be more hands-on with writing and following up on the grants and the requests for federal appropriations. than Honeywell, who has a federal lobbyist, but this is just to engage them in writing the plan. They're going to make their lobbyist available, but really they're just giving us the plan and we go run with it. So we'll just consider them a kind of a resource as we try to find the funds. But you know, at the end of the day, it's the city's obligation once we get the plan to go out and find the funds. On the AMI meter system, the automated metering infrastructure system, that is a little different in that the city council was very clear up front, but for finding the funds, we can't move forward with the project. And so Honeywell offered the assistance of not only their lobbyist team, but their grant writing team. In fact, they're working on, you know, retaining their own grant writer for the city of Kyle just for that project. So that's a little different because it's per project specific. I think maybe out of the strategic plan, if there was something else in addition to AMI that we said, hey, we're going to need help with grant writing services, there might be, excuse me, some fee built into that project for the grant writer, but that will come as we start working the plan. I hope that answered your question.
For me, the difference between the first time this was proposed and now is that, that I was really strongly against it at the beginning because the idea is, we pay to develop these project scopes and then with the expectation that there's some hook on the end with some multi-million-dollar capital project, and then you have to weigh the multi-million-dollar capital project against the needs of all these other capital projects, and the metering and the the smart cities just didn't seem to rise to the same level as the other needs. So I just wasn't a CIP that I would want to commit or allow for somebody who's wanting to get a contract to come in and sort of mess around on that scale. But the way it's been proposed tonight kind of flips all of that around and changes me from somebody who wouldn't want to see it, because of that future liability. I think it's a proposal that, for myself, I can certainly get behind because we're spending $25,000 not for grant writing, not for lobbying, but for the development of a strategic plan. So there's the value in the 25 that we're proposing now, and then we're going to take that and do the very best that we can to go and ratchet that up into additional funds. So it's they call it a small, cheap experiment. So for me, it's just absolutely worth it because the AMI, the metering technology, the aims of what these proposals shoot for is certainly valuable to the city and to our residents, because if you've experienced a water leak in the city of Kyle, it's been brought up many times since Honeywell first proposed. There's been example after example where, potential, utility customers of ours could have saved a tremendous amount just by figuring out that they had a leak faster than what they are currently able to figure out with our current software and or no software, and then nothing advanced about our meters. So for that reason, I certainly would want to pursue it. So those are just my thoughts. Any other discussion on this?
Yes, sir.
Councilor Ross.
I'll just say, yeah, and I certainly understand your concerns on that. I guess for me, that hasn't been shown to have been changed, and I still think that there is still that on the hook, if you will, for those things. I understand it is that strategic plan, but the gentleman did say that they would be doing those other things as well, and I think that's the hook that you were referring to, at least in my mind, that is still there. And I think that if we had put that out for bid for all companies, that multiple companies do this, then we can get a presentation and fully understand not only just the creation of that strategic plan, but maybe going with a company that one we feel like we would want to go all the way with based on their presentation and being prepared to answer those. And if I'm going to be candid, provide in my opinion, a better answer than what I've received tonight on the questions that I've had to my questions. So for that reason, I think it would probably be better for us to go out and see what other companies would do the same.
I think that's a fair point. Any other discussion? Councilor Florescale.
Reading the backup material overall, I like Honeywell. And I like some of the things they have to offer. And I'm not gonna lie, I was not impressed with the original answer. But I think the more we allow them to answer the question and we kind of get better understanding of what it is that they're gonna do for us, I feel like I can support this idea. I've always been able to get behind the idea of a smart city and cameras and all kinds of things that we can do to make the city safer. I mean, it's bad enough we have these roads that we got to drive on, but something that's important to me is safety. And so putting cameras in strategic places, not that I want dispatch to have to always monitor them, but it's nice when we can get police where they need to go, or if there's an accident, that we have the ability to go to REMF 150 East and see over there what's going on. And it's not for everyday use, but for in use of emergencies or when there's an area that needs attention quickly. I think this is a good start to this. Because again, it seems like there's a lot more benefits that they're willing to give us, to include assisting in draft writing, which is, for me, that's huge. That's huge. Because as a writer, I understand making sure you use the right verbiage in order to make sure that we can qualify something. So if that is something that they can offer, I know for a fact, just the assistance in it is probably worth $30,000 in and of itself. So I've always liked the idea of Honeywell. The water sold me a long time ago, only because I'm married to a man who randomly forgets to turn the water hose off. But also because I think it's great for times when we have the freeze or something, sporadic, where we can have access to that utility. So I'm all for this. I wish the questions were answered in a little bit of different manner, but I think given the opportunity, he can do a better job of explaining what it is. And I don't know if this is something we want to bring back for an additional discussion, or if we want to, as Councilmember Allison said, maybe open it up for more bids. I just don't know if we're going to get a much different outcome from what we have.
Councilor Rizzo.
So one of the things that George touched on, and that's time. We don't have the time. If we were to take this out to bid and we start this process over, then we're looking at more weeks and maybe months. With the federal dollars around the corner, you want to be ahead of all the other cities. You want to have that roadmap ready to go and be able to go and approach and have a good plan in place to go after those federal dollars. One thing we don't have is time. But if that's what council's wish is, then we can go down that route. But just remember that every minute that we delay, every month that we delay, we're going to get less and less a chance of getting those federal dollars. So I think time is of the essence.
Any other discussion? Roll call vote.
Coach,
Aye.
Rizzo,
Aye.
Tobias,
Aye.
Ellison,
Nay.
Bradshaw,
Aye.
Mitchell,
Aye.
Flores Kale.
All right, motion carries 6-1. Next up, agenda item number 29, approve an agreement with Aiken Gump, Strauss, Hauer, and Feld LLP in the amount of $172,000 for providing federal legislative advocacy services to the city of Cobb. Mr. Sellers.
Mayor, council, weighty agenda, a lot of big things on here. So I know this has been discussed multiple times, but in concept form, in your packet, you have the actual proposal from Aiken Gump. So this is after multiple interviews with federal lobbyist services, Aiken Gump not only interviewed very well, has the track record and the team that understands Central Texas issues. Lamar Smith is on the team. But they annually, if you look at just federal lobbying and revenue successes from lobbyist services. They rank very, very high. So we have met already a couple times just to talk about the different type of projects. Obviously, the last item would be taking that strategic plan and those half a dozen to a dozen items and putting that on their list. Council has received, and we have talked about, over 20 different items that are heavy lifts, meaning state and federal lobbying. So this firm has shown that they have the track record, they have the ability to perform. If you look at their proposal in the backup material, they're also very heavy on introductions and on basically adding relevance to Kyle at a federal level. So these would be congressional, executive level introductions. There would be assistance with the requests for appropriations if grants were needed. They have grant writing support. Obviously, they would lean on us locally to flesh out some of those grants as well, and that's where what I said earlier, we may have to reach out to another grant writing service, but they will provide as much expertise as needed once they understand what the request is and once they identify the appropriate department in Washington. So with that said, you have a proposal in front of you. It's $13,000 per month plus $4,000 per quarter for visits that might be needed to some of these leaders and departments within Washington. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Scott. Any questions? Councilmember Flores-Kell.
Well, I'm kind of confused because I thought there was another proposal that we had currently seen as well. So I don't understand what it looks like an engagement. Wait, let's see. Yeah, I don't know. So there was another proposal, and in that it spoke of, I thought it was $4,500 for travel. But my concern is there is a discrepancy of $1,831.49 for the travel that actually took place and it cost the city, as opposed to the $4,500. So essentially, the actual cost was $6,331.49, but we're only budgeting for $4,500. So how do we plan on balancing the $1,800 difference that's going to occur 4 times a year?
Want me to answer that? So there are 2 documents in the backup material. What you're referencing is in the engagement letter on page 2. It's a fixed quarterly fee of $4,000 per quarter to cover any and all travel expenses that are associated with needed trips to Washington. So the original trip that was done, that was meant to interview the several lobbying firms, was 100% paid for by the city of Kyle. This proposal by Aiken Gump provides a $4,000 basically travel allotment that the firm would cover. So assuming the travel expenses were more than the $4,000 per quarter, it would come out of the $13,000. So basically it is a not to exceed travel or full contract amount.
Wait, okay, so when we did the budget, we budgeted for $13,000 times 12 months, plus, I thought it was $4,500, but I could be wrong, the $4,000 as well. So all that was in the cost.
Yes, ma'am.
So I guess tell me if this is correct. What you're telling me is, okay, sorry, I got a million things going on in my head. Are they going to schedule the plane and the hotel? I guess is a good question.
Yeah, they have a travel agent on staff.
Okay. So then the city will never pay more than $4,000 per
this plan.
quarter. Okay.
Right.
Perfect. That's what I needed to know.
There may be additional expenses beyond what the travel expenses that, I just don't know the future. I can't say never. Right?
So-
But the plan is $4,000 per quarter for travel.
How many council members is that going to cover?
It's as needed.
So I guess my concern is if we're just going to send one out there, how do we choose that one? Or if we send 3 out there, how do we choose those 3?
It's up to us. I mean, it's not up to Scott, so. I don't know.
Okay, well, I guess I'm asking all of us then. Yeah, how do we?
My answer would be that I think it has to do with demand. So if there's a situation where there's a big trip coming up and let's say we're trying to send it, like with Carmel, you know, we ended up having to go up twice because basically everyone wanted to go, or with College Station, different people are kind of looking at the same big plan, and so we're taking different trips. If there's something that we're working on, and it's outside the scope of what we've budgeted for here, you know, council has travel budgets. We go to various places and expend those funds. So what I wouldn't want to see is somebody wanting to make a trip to be, you know, that's a legitimate council trip and not being able to go because it doesn't fit within the scope of what Aiken Gump is proposing here. So that would be my response. It's a dart at the, you know, at the dartboard, essentially. You know, they don't know how many of us will want to go, exactly what those expenses will look like. So if we don't arrange for or aren't willing to pay extra, should the demand exceed that amount, then, you know, that's when the problem would arise, but it would still be up to us. This just allows for us to try to set up some sort of consistent engagement at the federal level, understanding that there should be regular trips taken, regardless of who takes them and in what capacity. And then the other thing is per quarter, you know, you certainly over the course of an entire year, I wouldn't necessarily think that it's always the case that once this arrangement starts that it would be one person or one group of people going constantly, but potentially rotations, various different groups and people. So I think it's all still very much under the discretion of council. This proposal just is a way for us to establish some sort of budgetary process that kind of gets us on that path.
Okay, so then the $4,000 isn't for any, because it doesn't specify in here. It just says leadership.
Correct.
So I guess
Yeah.
I'm just confused at that. What are they? How many are they willing to pay for? With how many people does the $4,000 cover?
I would guess it covers up to $4,000 worth of expenses. And if the city chooses to expend more than that by adding an extra leadership member or adding a whole nother trip, we're just gonna have to be prepared to pay for that, which we've always been willing to pay for council travel, just generally speaking, so.
Okay, thank you.
Is that your understanding of it too, Scott? Is that just, it's basically $4,000 and if we exceed that, then it's on the city to then pay any differences. So if there's something that all 7 council members wanted to go and participate in 2 or 3 groups, if once we hit that $4,000 threshold, that's covered through the contract, and then any additional parts would be paid by the city. Is that?
Honestly, it's an assumption. I think it's a pretty fair assumption to make. What probably will happen, just, you know, as I'm crystal balling here, and I probably shouldn't, but, you know, there will be a lot of travel up front, a lot of desire to go up and set the policy, set the agenda, set the requests, and then, you know, as we go down the road, there will be like real roll up your sleeve type appointments with different federal agencies, and so you know, it may be more staff at that point. It may still be meetings with representatives. So it's just hard to know what the travel will look like in the future. Didn't really cross that bridge with Aiken Gump on, you know, what if we exceed more. They just were fairly open to just council travel.
Certainly, and I understand that, and I certainly don't want you crystal balling anything, but I guess just that very specific thing there, that it's $4,000 included in the contract, and if we were to exceed that in a quarter, that we would pay the difference.
It's probably a fair assumption.
Okay. I understand. Thank you.
Councilor Florescale.
Will we be setting an agenda here, like collectively on the dais, discussing what it is that we want the lobbyists to go and work on? Or, because if heard you correct, Scott, you said you were going, not you, but people would go up to Washington to decide that. But I just want to make sure that any decisions that we make is going to be collectively on the dais as a council and what it is we want these people to go and lobby for us for.
So I would say, yes, I agree with that. The agenda needs to be set by the council. And we're really not going up to DC to set an agenda. We're going up to DC to have meetings based on the agenda that we have set. So there's normally going to be very specific things that we're trying to pursue. And it could be a situation where in one trip, you know, a few council members have sort of an inclination towards one pursuit that's a part of the agenda, and then down the road maybe it's a different item, like, you know, in different meetings, different groups. All those things are certainly possible, but as it relates to what we are pursuing, that, you know, that is always under the purview of council. And so I was there. I didn't speak, but I was in one of the meetings where Scott did all the speaking and went through those 20 items. He basically went through item by item in all of our planning, stemming from our workshop and others, you know, to go through and say, these are all the different projects that we are currently pursuing, including downtown, including AMI metering and the trail system, 150 sidewalks and lights, and the senior center was one that was brought up. And, you know, these projects we're trying to get to shovel ready so that we can go pursue grants. And so I would think, like, let's say, for example, that we think there's a prospect on the senior center. So there's some of us on the council who've had a little bit more interest in that. If there's meetings set up, I would think they would be the ones who would want to go. And if it's more on metering, for example, there's, you know, different of us. And I think all of that is appropriate. It's just a matter of whether or not we're working together and willing to share in that process. And I think that we've demonstrated from our travel habits as a council that we are willing to try to share that. Nobody's trying to prevent anyone from going anywhere. That kind of works against our own interest anyway. So bottom line is, if you want to go to DC, regardless of where we're at in the budget with Aiken Gump, I think you should be able to go as long as the trip is, you know, productive and is a part of any kind of basically every trip that I've seen that we've been a part of in the last several years has all had that very focused agenda, and I think we would be able to accommodate that. I really do.
And I agree. My only concern is getting feedback from that group of people and make sure we're all staying apprised of what it is that's going on, because I feel like sometimes that turns into an issue.
Yeah.
If 3 people go, I can't go ask them. You know what I mean? They have to bring that information to us, and they have to share that with us on the dais or in executive session. So that is my only fear, is that the information is not going to be spread evenly.
So council, I had sent, a little while back, I'd sent a list, and that list has grown a little bit based on just conversation from council. I'm happy to share that back with council in an email. The first real meeting where I just kind of spewed out this lengthy list to Aiken Gump was just to see what even could be possible from a federal standpoint. Some of these items just, there are no funds available for that. So they would create project sheets based on each of these items. And then based on the funding available, the types of restrictions, et cetera, then there would be a certain select number of visits we would have with executive staff, certain agencies as well, and we would just hit those items that became germane in that moment. Like Councilmember Rizzo said a few minutes ago, and we've got the infrastructure bill right now, so it's going to be very heavy toward a certain type of project. That may change 6 months down the road with different changes in Washington. So creating these project sheets up front, and then just as they come forward, we'll bring those back to council and see who wants to kind of champion them from a council level.
Thank you. And can we also make sure, Paige, that we are keeping an eye on those Senate bills and House bills, just to make sure? I know they're calling another session, so Whether it goes one way or another, I just think we need to stay apprised of that situation as well.
I will add that during the latest conversation with Aiken Gump, several of the projects they said were more candidates for state lobbying. I know that's been an issue. It is in the budget. We do need to find a state firm. So that will be something that should be forthcoming, and then some of these projects will be parsed between federal and state level.
Out of curiosity, does Aiken and Gump do state as well, or they just only do federal?
They do federal. Now, they have representatives here who have relationships at the state level, but they do not do state lobbying.
Anyone else? Mayor Pro Tem.
Motion to approve item 29 is written.
Second.
Moved by Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Councilmember Rizzo. Is there, that we approve agenda item number 29? Is there any discussion on the motion? All those in favor say aye.
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 All opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
Motion carries 5-2.
Mayor, before we go to the next item, may I ask a question of the city manager and city attorney and then of council?
In between items? So I don't know the subject of it, so.
Well, I can explain it real quick. So I was going to ask what our options are, because we are at the midnight hour now. And I just wanted to clarify with Paige the options we would have if we wanted to either within 24 hours conclude the rest of our meeting, or if another option would be within 72 hours calling a special meeting to conclude the rest of our agenda items, because I believe we have at least 8 items still left on this agenda, and they're not going to be short discussions, I'm sure. I know this is probably around 14, 15 hours at least for staff today, maybe even some on the council around that as well. So just wanted to ask what our options were, as we have talked about before, those tools we have to continue meetings for really lengthy agendas. And I just wanted to clarify if that's, we have, my understanding was that we have, we can reconvene within 24 hours to conclude the meeting without having to repost, or if we have, the other option would be reposting for a special meeting 72 hours later. I just wanted to clarify that, and then I was going to ask council if they had any desire to do so.
Mayor and council, the Open Meetings Act, so you've got 2 options. One is to adjourn the meeting and repost it for another day, at least 72 hours after the meeting is posted. The second option is there are circumstances in which the city can recess the meeting, and then you take it up the following business day. You're not required to post the meeting that's recessed and that's started again if you're recessing in good faith and not to circumvent the Open Meetings Act.
Well, today is Wednesday.
Today is Wednesday.
Is it based on when it was, is it 24 hours from when the meeting gavelled in, or is it 24 hours from when the meeting adjourned?
24 hours is not stated in the statute itself.
But is it implied that following business day means from when the meeting started? So would it be assumed that we would have to meet on it today, Wednesday, or could it be the next business day, Thursday, even though the meeting started on Tuesday?
It's a good question.
That's a good question. The statute is not clear on that. I would have to look at see if there's any AG opinions that construe that.
Real quick at 12:09 a.m.
Well, you know, we can give it a shot. But that's a good point about the following business day. The way I've seen this handled, yeah, if it's continued to the following regular business day, and on that following day you continue the meeting to the other day, you have to give written notice of that. The way I've seen it occur typically is that the next business day is just the next regular.
Probably today, in other words, Wednesday.
It'd
yeah.
be it probably would be Wednesday to be in good faith.
So,
tonight.
so just to clarify, in your opinion, our options are either recess until later, September 8th at some point, or conclude the meeting and then schedule a special meeting no sooner than 72 hours from today
Correct,
or now.
correct.
So thank you. And so I guess then my question to is council, do we have any desire to do that? Because I mean, looking at body language and certainly knowing what's still on the council, on the agenda, and there's still a lot to discuss. I mean, do y'all have a desire? I guess probably pretty clear. I have a desire to probably find another avenue to continue these agenda items, not at 12 in the morning.
How many items do we have left, Scott?
We're on item 33.
I think it's at least 8 that I counted,
5, 6, 7, 8.
and they're not going to be short discussions.
Yeah.
Councilman Tobias, I'm in favor of a recess. Sorry, I've been up since 3 o'clock in the morning. If we don't mind, I don't mind reconvening later on this evening.
So the question would be, if that's the desire, do we try to do it tomorrow or 7 o'clock essentially tonight?
Yeah, 7 o'clock.
7 o'clock tonight.
17 hours from now.
Yeah.
Or 15 hours from now.
Mayor,
whatever it
council,
is.
the city manager, for the record, I have a presentation to give at the county tomorrow evening, so.
POSAC.
The POSAC, so I may not be ready until 8 o'clock at minimum.
The other option would be a week from today, Tuesday, or Tuesday of next week, so that we can keep it on the same, basically just have an off calendar.
If we do it for next week, I would just like to do mine right now, just to be done. If everybody's amenable to that, if you want to do it, that's fine, but
And there's
Well,
P&Z.
even still, I understand that. I just think that, I think we're mentally taxed right now. I don't know. Maybe I'm not speaking for everybody, but it's just,
I'm okay with
been a
waiting till
long-
tomorrow. Can we do tomorrow?
I'm amenable to either option that
What time-
doesn't.
what time is POSAC?
Right now.
8 o'clock?
6, we're the third presenter.
So 8 PM tomorrow?
I'm not available tomorrow.
Next Tuesday's P&Z.
Maybe we go until we
We
can't go
can-
anymore.
We're
Well, I
almost there.
think that's what
I
I'm
think
saying.
we're there already.
is that But I mean, we just need a quorum tomorrow, right? And certainly, so that option's still there. Next week is P and Z. We've had dual meetings on the same night as P and Z, and they just have to meet at another spot. I just think it's just a lot to still discuss, and it is 12:15 in the morning. I don't know.
I concur
It is
with you,
mentally
Councilmember
exhausting
Ellison.
right now.
So can we do 4 for the quorum, and then, is there a problem with that? Let's just, for
Well,
tomorrow,
the 4 have to be here,
in person.
you know, so there's 5 of us that are here, so that's dropped to 4. So the rest of us have to be here with no bathroom breaks. Seriously.
That's fine. I could be here at 6, 7 o'clock.
I could be here at 6.
Just get it that way.
Well, Scott can't be here till 8.
Does Scott have to be here?
I think Scott should be here,
yeah.
certainly.
Dex, are you able to sit on the dais because I can't come in?
Yeah, I'll come into the dais. If that's what it takes to,
Yes.
yeah, I just think it's gone a long time. Yeah, I know it was an ambitious attempt to do 40 some items in a night, but I don't know. Y'all, I think we're burning ourselves.
Yeah, we still got about 8 or 9 items left, right?
So it'd have to be like 8 to guarantee the city manager can make it.
I'm gonna make a recommendation to resume at 8 o'clock tomorrow evening.
Is there any
Second.
chance you could make I'm sorry, I didn't recognize
Yeah.
that as a motion.
I just
So-
wanted to say if that's
Well,
okay, if we can recommend 8 o'clock if Scott's here, or at 7, it doesn't.
Well, what I was
Any of those times.
gonna, do we have to figure out the time now? Maybe you would have time to ask POSAC if you could be moved to the front, because council has to have like because of the circumstances that we have more work, I mean, if they might be amenable, then we could move it back to 7. Starting this at 8 tomorrow would suck. It already sucks.
Yeah.
So,
I have a meeting tomorrow night. I can see what I can shuffle, but there may be a substitute.
or I haven't talked to my wife about it either. So, I don't know. So we'll have to see for me too, but I can certainly make that commitment to try.
So was that a motion or from Tobias?
7 o'clock. I recommend 7 o'clock tomorrow.
Well, that's what I was asking. Do we need a time? Do we have to do it to a time? Because if we have to do it to a time, we're going to have to say 8. Is the point I'm making?
Yes, I understand. Either or to me, it's just
Right.
what does the Open Meetings Act state and what's the laws?
Right.
Because we are all exhausted.
New Paige to help us out here.
We have Howard. That's the only ones that I see is Howard. So we'd have to ask Howard if he can make it. But outside of that, I don't know why anyone else would have to be there. Howard, for the items. So the rest are council-sponsored items.
The other option too is with 72 hours still with Friday evening. I know probably nobody's thrilled about that idea, but would that be another option? I'm just trying to throw options out there because I know people want to participate and want to be here for these things.
I mean, this is also
So
Howard.
Paige,
This is Howard's last
Paige, we're
week,
really
too,
looking.
so.
We're looking to you to try to help us out here on what our options are, so we can, and how specific we need to be, so that we can make a motion.
I think you've got to recess it to a time certain.
So 8.
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to recess this till 8 o'clock tomorrow evening.
Wait, does Tobias need to rescind his motion then?
He didn't.
I don't think he made.
Yeah, it's fine.
Okay.
I was making a recommendation.
Right. That's the point of the having to restate the motion as
Right.
well, because it's
Right,
what
no, I
Legend
get it.
was.
It just was a lot of words.
Howard, are you available tomorrow night? No? No.
What about Will?
How about Friday?
Well, it's within the 72-hour window. Saturday would.
Yeah, we couldn't do Friday at this point, because that's 72.
I can cover for Howard, y'all.
Why don't we just, we
Okay.
can get Howard's items done.
So James said he could cover for Howard. Scott?
That's good enough. That's fine. Do we have a second on that one already? Who was your second?
What is the motion?
Second.
I'm sorry, we are failing here. I apologize. So it's motion by Councilmember Rizzo that we recess until 8 p.m. tomorrow. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Flores Kale. Any discussion on the motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Wait,
Aye.
is Coons going to be available for?
We just had that. Aye.
Sorry.
All opposed.
Sorry.
Motion carries 6-1. Thank you.
I thought James couldn't.
The time is 8:04. We will resume this regular scheduled meeting. Would the city secretary please call row?
Mitchell, Coach, Ellison,
Present.
Flores Kale,
Here.
Rizzo,
Present.
Bradshaw, Tobias.
Seeing that we don't have a quorum, I move to end this regular scheduled meeting.
Second.
We're ended.